guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A huge winter storm is expected to impact about 2/3 of the nation across 33 states, affecting over 200 million Americans. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the state is prepared for an incoming blast of Arctic air, bringing freezing temperatures and snow.
The reality is about the top 2/3 of the state of Texas, maybe from San Antonio all the way up to the tip-top of the Panhandle, will be the worst hit.
Snow is expected in the Dallas area, with icy roads stretching into the hill country. Abbott says around 280 warming centers will be open, and a disaster declaration is in place. A bipartisan proposal in Congress would cap credit card interest rates at 10%. Florida Republican Congresswoman Ana Paulina Luna is working with Democrat Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and says the plan would apply permanently and target large banks. The measure follows President Trump's call for lower credit card rates, though its path through Congress remains uncertain. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is set to testify next week before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on Venezuela.
A committee spokesperson says the hearing will take place Wednesday as the first public hearing since a U.S. military operation captured former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. Rubio is expected to face questions about the legal justification for the operation and next steps in U.S. policy. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Blue Origin is starting a satellite communications network to rival Starlink.
The space company, founded by Amazon's Jeff Bezos, announced Wednesday it will deploy over 5,400 satellites into Earth's orbit for a communications network that will serve data centers, businesses, and governments. Blue Origin said the satellite deployment will start in the last quarter of 2027 and that the new network will have data speeds of up to 6 terabytes per second anywhere on Earth. The network is called TerraWave, and it will compete with Elon Musk's Starlink, which currently has about 10,000 satellites in low orbit. I'm Monica Nelson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
OSHA officials in New Jersey are investigating the death of a chemical plant worker who apparently fell into a large container of mineral oil. Police say the 71-year-old employee was loading oil at the Bayway chemical plant in Linden when the incident occurred. That happened on Tuesday, and the plant's operator, Infinium, says safety is a priority, but acknowledged accidents can still occur. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is moving to stop a Houston area Islamic sporting event, citing security concerns over the group sponsoring it. Officials and organizers are pushing back.
Abbott has ordered the Cypress Fairbanks ISD to cancel the 2026 Houston Islamic Games, pointing to New Jersey chapter of CARE and his designation of CARE as the Muslim Brotherhood as terrorist organizations. CARE calls the claim false and vows to hold the governor accountable, saying the event has safely run in the U.S. for 35 years and targets Muslim children. USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner.
People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals often suggest replacing Punxsutawney Phil. That's the Pennsylvania groundhog that's predicting weather for over 100 years.
Ahead of this year's Groundhog Day, the group is suggesting a state-of-the-art hologram or 3D projection that would give a local weather forecast. The catch is that Phil would have to be retired to a sanctuary. PETA argues it would look better, captivate crowds, and let Phil relax, since groundhogs really don't like crowds and loud noises. Groundhog Day this year falls on Monday, February 2nd. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Then, with the click of a mouse, it is that time once again. Hard to believe, but looky there, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, and here we go. Here comes a Friday. breaking news. Anybody heard about maybe getting a little snow this weekend? You hadn't heard that, had you? My. The world as we know it is going to end, right? All right, we've got all the latest. Been talking about this darn thing well over a week now. And you know, if you pulled up the national radar, as I have before me, you'd say, there ain't nothing going on. All's quiet. What do we have tonight? A little bit of light rain still from Atlanta toward Columbia, South Carolina. Maybe a scattered shower. Southern portions of Nevada. Very, very light, scattered. The overall map, very, very quiet. Then you flip over to the watches, warnings, advisories for the coming days. Eastern 2/3 of the country is pretty much lit up from border to border, north to south. Southern Texas to the Canadian border, everybody got something going on. So we'll break it all down for you here. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A calm night outside the secret bunker in southwest Ohio, as we all anticipate Snowmageddon. Anybody been to the grocery store? Anybody been to the hardware store? Yeah, can't find a generator come hell or high water. A lot of things, shelves emptied. I'm seeing some of these videos. I mean, the meat aisle. This was a grocery in Oklahoma, I believe, but no meat whatsoever. The bread aisle completely wiped clean. Sandwich meat and all that gone. No ground beef. It's incredible. People preparing, I guess. I do have a few things I'm going to plan to go get later this Friday morning. I don't know. I'll get the grandson off to school. And what do you think? Kroger will be wall to wall come 7 a.m.? I would anticipate it, but let's get it started. A look at our travelers' weather. Hey, we've heard something about an impactful storm on the horizon. AccuWeather says the most dangerous, potentially destructive part of a massive winter storm affecting the southern states, where a glaze of freezing rain up to an inch thick, possible from Texas to the Carolinas and Virginia. Further to the north, the heavy snow brings its share of disruptions, while a combination of snow and ice in parts of the Plains, Tennessee Valley, Mid-Atlantic will add to travel and infrastructure problems. This winter storm will shut it all down. AccuWeather's senior vice president says it's rare for a storm to combine this much snow, ice, and bitter cold over such a large area. A widespread travel halting winter storm will stall our lives for several days. The scope of the ice portion of this storm will extend for 1,800 miles from western Texas to the mid-Atlantic coast, encompassing more than a dozen states. In some locations, ice may continue to accrue for more than 24 hours. Now, some of the power outages associated primarily with a buildup of ice affecting utility customers will last for days or more, meaning many of the same population will be without heat as the Arctic air charges in behind the storm. About 60 million people will experience some icing conditions, potentially 1 million without power for an extended time frame. In many areas that were hit hard by Helene back in September of 24, temporary power lines set up still haven't been upgraded and may come down much easier than permanent lines. But the massive extent of this ice storm may stretch resources and personnel in North Carolina and other states, pushing them to the limit. Entire supply chains may break down from days of extensive interstate closures, Critical supplies, pharmaceuticals, baby formula, basic necessities may become scarce in some of the hardest hit areas, even snowball into large parts of the country. The intensity of this may shut down long stretches of major highways, schools, businesses, airports shuttered for days. Storm of this magnitude in the northern states, where equipment and ice melting compounds are plentiful, would pose an extreme challenge. A storm such as this in the southern states, where that sort of equipment and materials is hard to come by, can indeed shut down travel for an extended period of time. 1/4 of an inch of freezing rain is all it takes to start power outages. Based on the weight on tree limbs and power lines, the zone is forecast to extend from near San Angelo, Texas, east to Raleigh, North Carolina. Areas that have a potential for that glaze of a half to as much as 1 inch include northeast Louisiana, southwest Arkansas, northern central Mississippi, parts of northern Alabama, northern Georgia, and upstate South Carolina. This amount of ice is projected at this point to occur near Atlanta, Greenville, South Carolina, Tupelo, Mississippi, Monroe, Louisiana. Under these conditions, scores of trees and branches will come down. Trees and live wires will be blocking roads. In some cases, transformers may explode. Sleet could lessen the impact of the ice storm. Areas that get more sleet versus the freezing rain would obviously have less of a buildup on the trees and power lines. Further north, including parts of the mid-Atlantic, sleet could reduce how much snow falls with the storm as well. But the thick ice on streets, sidewalks, parking lots will harden as much colder air moves in later in the weekend. Temperatures dip into the 20s, teens, even single digits as the storm moves away, just pretty much freezing everything up solid. Some areas close to the Gulf Coast that experience little or no freezing rain may experience a quick freeze-up of wet, untreated surfaces. Travel during and for a time after the storm may be extremely dangerous. All-weather or summer tires do not give adequate traction on ice. Experts warn braking action on icy surfaces is practically zero. Thousands of flights will be canceled throughout the region and across the country due to the scope of aircraft and crews being displaced. Airline passengers are urged to call ahead, check your apps before headed to the airport, even if the weather outside your window is dry and clear. This is going to have ripple effects nationwide. Now, for homes and businesses planning to use portable generators, extreme caution is advised. Now, of course, the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning, electrocution, fires all come into play. We'll have just some tips in regards to that coming up here. In the aftermath of the storm, yes, when everybody fires up those generators, we'll break down. There's a right way and there's a wrong way when it comes to using portable generators. First things first, though, Philly Dan checks in, TGIF. Here it comes. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Be careful out there in all this snow. Probably won't be working Monday if it's as bad as they're saying. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. TGIF, 25 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Hello, Pappy. As we await the White Death, straight out of the gates of hell. Local news calling for 7 to 10. Depends on who you watch there, Pappy. I mean, I'm seeing 7 to 10, 8 to 12, 10 to 14. Who knows? Somewhere in the middle, we'll find it. By the end of the demon's raid, we'll be buried. We're all prepared on this end for the end of days. Gas, firewood, solar generator all charged up. Coffee, thermals laid out for the weekend ahead. All right, snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Enjoy the last hours of life as we know it. Come late Monday, greatest day of the week, we'll be back to normal, right? Watch your 6, everybody. Marianne in the house. Good to have you on board, saying hello to our listening friends. Good morning, all the Overnight Drive family. Everybody have a blessed weekend. Stay safe out there. Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Hello, Bill. Good morning. Steve, -2 at this hour. Feels like 23 below in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin on the Pizza Shuttle Express. We could run those frozen pizzas on dry vans tonight and save fuel. It's going downhill from here. Everybody have a great night. Be safe. Stay warm. Bill's up in the region of the country where they have what they call the extreme cold warnings. Those are now dipping further and further south. Extreme cold warnings now for the entirety of North Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, now extending into northern Illinois, much of Iowa, even northern Missouri tonight, parts of north central and northeastern Nebraska as well, as we begin to see some of this really cold stuff dropping in. Let's see, the dangerous wind chills 50 below zero in some of these areas. Incredible. On down the line we roll here. Norman checks in from north central Kansas. He's 20 degrees, 22 degrees on the plus side. Still sitting at home trying to fix the back. Getting to therapy. Hopefully that'll help out, but yeah, we're not driving the big tipper right now. Jeffrey, Southern Florida. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. We're back in the saddle tonight. Doctor's appointment just leads to another appointment. I got to have a nuclear stress test done. Oh, boy. 26 degrees in Poughkeepsie, New York tonight. Santa Claus, top of the morning, 48 degrees in Elk Grove, California once again. Hey, it was good to see the various radio stations you're on out there, Steve. I'll help spread the word. Good morning from Kentucky, Ken. Hello, overnight drive, Steve Summers. Hope everybody has safe travels out there in this upcoming weather. Safe travels. The Queen and I, thank you. We'll be praying for your safe travels. Kentucky Ken is listening in. There's Country Bumpkin in the house. Morning overnight drive family. Bob in Michigan on board. Northwest Illinois. There's Roy. Good evening. 3 above. Feels like -17 in Northwest Illinois at this hour. Wow. John, Steve, and all the overnight family, happy Friday. We've got snow on the way, 6 to 10 in our forecast. Everybody be safe. Have a good weekend. 21 degrees in Indianapolis at this hour. And it is cold and windy, north central Kansas tonight. Tank, morning, Steve, all the gang, TGIF cloudy, 41 in Webbers Falls, Oklahoma. We are hammered down toward the home 20 via Memphis, trying to stay ahead of this storm. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Stay warm for sure. Buddy, howdy, Steve. 28 degrees at Hartford County, Maryland. Looking forward to the show. To look at the Walmart and grocery store, which I was at today. You would think it was the end. I mean, really, continued prayers for our country, our president, the overnight drive audience, and all those facing challenges on this journey we call life. God bless everyone out there, okay? Jerry, good morning, Steve. Happy Friday. Thanks to the Overnight Drive family, and thanks to Hot Shot Secret for having a great show. Be safe out there and tell them you love them. Is it spring yet? We could only wish, right? Michael, peeking in from a delivery point in Skyo, Ohio. Another day of moving that raw go-go juice. It's a heartwarming 24 degrees, nice and breezy tonight. Wind chill, somewhere down in the lower teens. This will be my last load for the night. Then it's home for the night and back to the old grind. They keep saying something about snow. I don't know, anywhere from 0 to 100 inches, right? Have a great, blessed weekend, everybody. Be safe out there. Yes, indeed.
Put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States. Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind and they're somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, hello to Rubber Duck. Rubber Duck says, home sweet home, watching you on the big picture frame. We are all stocked up with groceries for the storm. My butt's staying inside. Screw that 20 below stuff, right? Jason, good morning over here in Princeton, Kentucky. A beautiful starlit sky, 26 with dry roads at this hour. Got a load of steel headed toward Houston, Texas. All right, be safe out there to the listening family. Good morning from the Beach Bum. I hate to give you some bad news, but we're going to be 79 degrees this weekend. We'll be sitting on the beach watching the sunset. Breaking out the adult beverages. We'll be listening. Have a great show, Steve. I was looking at a depiction here a bit earlier where there's like 150-something degree differential in the temperature, the real field temperature, like a minus 54 wind chill up there, right there at the U.S.-Canadian border, and feeling like close to 90. That was like earlier this past day in the southernmost reaches of Florida. What a difference. And I guess I mentioned my neighbors that actually flew into Tampa for their 10-day cruise that left out last weekend. They're still out there posting pictures from the beach in the Caribbean. I think they were in the Dominican Republic this past day. They got stops in Aruba, Curacao. Yeah, they picked a good time to get the heck out of here. They're going to miss the storm of the century. Good job. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia. 43 at this hour. Yeah, it rained a bit last night, not too bad this past day. I was able to get my local pickup and delivery done, no problems. Probably going to hold my guys in Atlanta who are scheduled to go to Philly and Baltimore this weekend. And the driver going to Houston and Dallas. We think you should be okay to Houston. Then we're going to have to wait and see about Dallas from there. I'm probably not going to go back out to the first week of February. Have a great night, everybody. A better weekend. Please be careful out there. All right, Gary Montgomery on board. Hello, Steve, all the overnight crew on this casual Friday. Got the snowblower filled up as we wait for the White Death. All right, so yes, in the aftermath of this storm, yes, there will be power outages, and people will be trying to find a way to generate heat. The biggest risk, of course, with generators, carbon monoxide poisoning. Then, of course, you've got the risk of electrical shock, the risk of fire. A few basic rules can help make sure a generator provides help, not harm, for those who endure a prolonged outage. Obviously, carbon monoxide, the most dangerous risk tied to portable generators. The gas is invisible, odorless, and it can build up quickly enough to overwhelm people in minutes. Every year, they tell us, carbon monoxide poisoning sends more than 20,000 people to the emergency room, according to the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Portable generators can produce enormous amounts of carbon monoxide, which is why they should never be operated inside a home, including garages or basements, any sort of enclosed space. A generator should be set up outdoors in a dry spot, away from doors, windows, any sort of vents. It also needs room to breathe. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration recommends leaving 3 to 4 feet of clear space on all sides to ensure proper ventilations. And then it's also important to recognize the symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning quickly. We'll pick up with more following the news break here. Friday, TGIF. Phone lines open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A huge winter storm is expected to impact about 2/3 of the nation across 33 states, affecting over 200 million Americans. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the state is prepared for an incoming blast of Arctic air, bringing freezing temperatures and snow.
The reality is about the top 2/3 of the state of Texas, maybe from San Antonio all the way up to the tip-top of the Panhandle, will be the worst hit.
Snow is expected in the Dallas area, with icy roads stretching into the hill country. Abbott says around 280 warming centers will be open, and a disaster declaration is in place. A bipartisan proposal in Congress would cap credit card interest rates at 10%. Florida Republican Congresswoman Ana Paulina Luna is working with Democrat Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and says the plan would apply permanently and target large banks. The measure follows President Trump's call for lower credit card rates, though its path through Congress remains uncertain. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty, as we kick off a brand new day from coast to coast, we are turning the page on the calendar. 23rd day of January. Great. We left off talking about concerns, and this happens every time we have a incident like this. When people lose power, people just apparently don't get the message about using generators, and there will be those who succumb to carbon monoxide poisoning. But early symptoms, headache, dizziness, nausea, vomiting, shortness of breath, confusion, blurred vision. Anyone with symptoms, get to fresh air immediately. And experts also recommend installing carbon monoxide alarms on every floor of a home. Power outages after severe winter weather creates a higher risk of electrical shock, especially when snow, sleet, freezing rain, or meltwater's around. The generators need to be kept dry. Put on a stable surface, not directly on the snow or the ice. If precipitation is actually falling, the generator should be protected in a way that it still allows proper ventilation. Another major danger is called backfeeding. When a generator is connected to a home's wiring through an outlet, this can send electricity back into the power lines. That creates a real hazard for the utility workers and other nearby homes. They advise never connect a generator directly to a home or building unless a qualified electrician has installed a transfer switch. It's also important to use heavy-duty, outdoor-rated extension cords and check them for damage before plugging anything in. And of course, generators and the fuel that power them. Fire hazards if they're not handled carefully. Those generators heat up while they're running, and they can stay hot for a long time after they're turned off. Any fuel that gets spilled on hot engine parts can ignite. So the safest approach is shut the generator down, let it cool before refueling. And of course, fuel should be stored in approved containers, kept away from the generator and any other ignition sources. Fuels also should not be stored inside the home or near living areas. Following these safety tips can keep a generator useful during a winter storm without putting people at risk. Yeah, the backfeeding thing, that's a real common problem. People not really knowing how to hook up their generator. Meanwhile, let me share a little blurb from one of our forecasters in the deep southern USA. He said, unfortunately, this weekend's winter storm is kind of the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, the coldest air of the winter is coming straight from the North Pole, not this weekend, but the following weekend, behind this big storm. He says, I'm seeing the potential for temperatures in the teens down to the northern Gulf Coast. A freeze possible deep into Florida. Too early to know if this means we'll see another winter storm, but the cold air is the first and most important ingredient. Either way, the potential is there for a significant pipe freeze across the South to end the month of January. Now, obviously, this weekend's winter storm is a huge deal. We have to get through that first. But he said, I just wanted to give you a heads up that I've got this on my radar. He's calling it a Barney blast. Okay, I don't like that idea. Around the country, 844-844-3388. With memories of the 2021 crippling winter storm that parked an estimated 300,000 trucks around the country, logistics leaders are bracing for this weekend. Hazardous conditions to major freight hubs, including Dallas, Atlanta, Nashville, Memphis, Tennessee. This storm is going to test critical supply chain routes along the I-75 and I-40 corridors, arteries that carry up to 75% of all U.S. freight. The Southeast considered especially vulnerable as the infrastructure is less equipped to handle the icy roads that paralyzed the region during 2021's Great Texas Freeze, as they called it. Looking back, that historic storm in February of 2021 kind of serves as a recent case study for winter weather hindering the logistics industry. Described in a FreightWaves sonar report as the worst on record in 18 years. That was February 11th through the 20th back in 2021. Storm blanketed almost 75% of the U.S. population in some level of snow. But the impact on freight was immediate and severe. The Southwest region was hit the hardest. Outbound tender volumes plummeted by over 19% week over week. Concurrently, tender rejections in the region soared by 36.8%, meaning roughly 1 out of every 4 electronic tenders was being rejected by carriers. Dallas, of course, being a major logistics hub, saw their outbound domestic intermodal container volume fall by 70%. Class 1 railroads stopped accepting loads on many ramps. The on-the-ground reality was just as stark. Werner Enterprises CEO stated that at certain points, over 1,000 of that company's 8,000 trucks were shut down. A paralysis of roughly 13% of their fleet. When extrapolated, this suggested nearly 300,000 trucks were parked somewhere around the nation during that storm. The number of active trucks in the Dallas market shrinking by nearly 34% in a single week. A report from the National Carriers for Environmental Information on what it called the Great Texas Freeze showed that a disrupted polar vortex allowed that Arctic air to engulf the entire state of Texas. With every county under a winter storm warning, the state experienced their longest freezing streak in recorded history. The resulting power outages at the time left nearly 10 million people in the dark. Impassable roads led to grocery shortages, deadly accidents, including the pileup of over 100 vehicles on I-35 West in Fort Worth. That storm ultimately claimed over 200 lives, billions of damages, demonstrating how quickly the infrastructure and supply chains can break down. Now, preparing for this weekend, this storm forecast to bring snow and hazardous conditions to the major freight hubs, as we mentioned, Dallas, Nashville, Memphis, Atlanta. The impact could be particularly acute along the I-75 and I-40 corridors. To mitigate disruptions, logistics companies are turning to established winter preparedness strategies. According to a logistics provider, WSI is a key tactic to pre-position critical inventory in distribution points that are less prone to weather shutdowns. The company also emphasizes testing contingency plans through what-if scenarios, such as a warehouse losing power or maybe a key carrier halting service, and auditing facility readiness, stocking safety supplies like ice melt, and ensuring your backup generators are functional. There's another logistics firm, Capstone Logistics, that highlights the importance of building a strong contingency plan that identifies alternate routes and establishes flexible scheduling protocols. Capstone notes the necessity of ensuring equipment and drivers are ready, winter ready, trucks equipped with winter tires, chains, and emergency kits. All right, technology, they say, is a critical tool for resilience. It's going to be a lot of folks put to the test coming up this weekend, I guess. All righty, let's see who we got on board. Would that be Snuffy?
It certainly would.
Well, how the heck are you, Snuffy?
Well, I made it back home before the weather hit. I had to run down to Kentucky because I had a kidney problem last year, and I had my follow-up with a doctor, and I missed it the first time I was supposed to be there because I took a load to Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, and the truck broke down at Camp Lejeune.
Yeah.
They had to tow us out of there, and I missed that appointment. And then I get home. Of course, Granny fell down the basement stairs. Otherwise, I would have been back to work in Kentucky. We run out of Richmond, Kentucky. And but because she's laid up, I didn't want to miss this appointment again, so I went down there on my own this time.
Mm-hmm.
But I made it back safe and sound.
Okay, so it's good that you got out. You got there and back before the White Death arrives this weekend.
So what else would a truck driver do? Just drive. But that, and I had good news while I was down there. No more sign of kidney stones. Everything's fine.
That's good.
And of course, I was listening last night, and I heard that you got introduced to our daughter. And actually, I got introduced to her a few weeks ago. We hadn't seen each other in 40 years.
That's what she was saying, yeah.
Yeah, and she was from my third wife. She was adopted and as a child, and she looked me up, and she's going to regret that probably.
Well, so she's I guess she's helping Granny in her recovery around the house.
Yeah, she was here when I got back to see me. She's been a big help. It was nice to have somebody here to help out while I had to run down there.
Mm-hmm.
Morning, Steve.
Morning, Jill.
Wrong one.
How we doing? Doing well.
That was Granny.
Oh, that was Granny. I thought that was Jill. I'm sorry.
No, Steve, this is Jill, and I would never regret that.
She didn't know us for all those years. She didn't know about the Snuffy and Granny thing.
Uh-huh.
But she does now.
Yep, right. How about that?
Yeah, she's never been to a truck show, and I don't know if we're going to make it this year since we got all this time off.
Going to be trying to make up for lost time and money. Yeah.
I hope, because we sure are losing a lot.
So,
but I did.
What part of Ohio do you guys live in? I can't remember.
Massillon. We are 8 miles from the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Okay, so that's you're northern Ohio then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. I went through Cincinnati today, and see, you guys don't have snow. I got back up here. There's white stuff on the ground still yet.
Right, and I guess these models keep bumping up. I mean, I'm seeing you guys might get another 6 to 10 this weekend.
Yeah.
That's a dirty word, Steve.
I'm sorry. That is the reality. Well, don't be out there trying to shovel the driveway, Snuffy.
No. Oh. That to the younger kids.
I quit doing that years ago.
Exactly. Hire the kid on the street. I told Rowan yesterday, I said, yeah, he's 13 now. He's a big boy. Said, you can get out there. You can make a few bucks this weekend. If we do get that foot of snow, people will be willing to pay you to move it.
We used to do that when I was a kid. We made a lot of money doing that.
It was it was a lot of work, and I mean, me and my second uncle, the one that's still alive, we would get out there and we'd take a job, and I mean for $20, and we'd have to split the 20, and man, I mean it was a lot of work to make $10. I don't know, what's it worth to have your driveway shoveled these days? All right, it's about 10 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, what do you say? We'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. See some of these headlines screaming about the president. Something's wrong with the president. Look at the bruises. Had a decent bruise on his hand this past day. I guess aboard Air Force One, one of the reporters asked, bruising on your... Are you okay? Yeah, the president said, very good. He said, I clipped it on the table. So I put a little, put a little cream on it, but I clipped it. He said, I would say take aspirin if you like your heart, but don't take aspirin if you don't want to have a little bruising. He said, the doctor said, you don't have to take that, sir. You're very healthy. But I said, I'm not taking any chances. He takes aspirin on a daily basis. But that's one of the side effects, he said, of taking aspirin. All right. Under the industry headlines, whether it's cybersecurity or commercial driver's licenses, the United States needs to take control. That was Representative Jeff Van Drew's message during a House Oversight Subcommittee hearing on Wednesday. If we don't control the systems, the hardware, the data, then we do not control the risk. Now, he's chairman of the subcommittee entitled Embedded Threats, Foreign Ownership, Hidden Hardware, and Licensing Failures in America's Transportation System. That was the discussion. Spent a lot of time focusing on how foreign actors, especially China, have penetrated U.S. transportation systems through toll roads, embedded hardware, licensing loopholes. For instance, China is estimated to possess about 90% of the global market for LIDAR, which is a key component in autonomous vehicles. Now, one lawmaker says we're already under attack. Rocky Cole, a former intelligence analyst at the National Security Agency, characterized the dilemma as a cyber Cold War, saying China is hoarding U.S. data and strategically infiltrating the transportation system for a potential strike. The U.S. intelligence community assesses with high confidence that these actors are embedding sleeper software in our infrastructure to be activated at will. The hearing also exposed cybersecurity concerns involving electronic logging devices, which the majority of commercial vehicles are required to use. Of course, these concerns are not new. As part of their fight against the ELD mandate, all the way back in 2017, OOIDA cited significant technological and real-world concerns, including cybersecurity vulnerabilities. Then it was in 2020, the FBI Cyber Division released a bulletin that confirmed the concerns. Cyber criminals and ELDs. In that bulletin, the FBI said the bad actors could steal financial records or install malware that prevents the truck from operating until a ransom's paid. It was 2024, and academic research revealed that a truck could easily be hacked into through your ELD, given the bad actors' control of the commercial vehicle's accelerator. Now, even the American Trucking Association, which was a leading advocate for the ELD mandate, acknowledges the cybersecurity risk. Some devices use AI to produce fake documentation, like fuel and food receipts, and fabricate hours of service, according to Chris Spear. Equally concerning are digital backdoors that can provide adversaries access to sensitive supply chain data. What have we done? Now, in addition to threats from foreign adversaries, Van Drew suggested improper use of non-domiciled CDLs and letting individuals who cannot read or speak English operate 80,000-pound trucks have created internal national security concerns. Truck drivers must be able to read road signs, understand instructions, communicate with law enforcement. When states ignore those requirements, Americans are actually paying the price. He cited several recent examples of fatal accidents involving drivers who failed to possess the necessary English skills, which we've been following. It is worth noting that the surge of non-domiciled CDLs came about during a time when the ATA was claiming there was this severe driver shortage that threatened the national supply chain. Chris Spear did not mention a driver shortage during his testimony. Instead, he called out states, training schools, and federal regulators for fast-tracking some of these applicants. CDL Mills, masquerading as a legitimate school, have fast-tracked individuals into trucking before putting profits before training, as he put it. So, of course, we know they're looking to crack down on the CDL mills around the college, but around the country. A lot of discussion, though, about the trucking industry on Capitol Hill this week. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A polar vortex is expected to bring brutally cold temperatures to about two-thirds of the nation.
Temperatures are dropping below zero in some areas, and strong gusty winds are creating life-threatening wind chills. Extreme cold warnings and watches are in effect across the northern plains and the upper Midwest through Sunday. The National Weather Service says to expect snow, sleet, and freezing rain from the southern Rockies and Mid-South before heading east. I'm Monica Nelson.
Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott says he supports President Trump's great health care plan, which would send money directly to consumers.
Trump's right, and I've got a bill actually to do what he's talking about. Number one, stop giving the money to insurance companies. Let's make sure we put it into a health savings account that they can buy it on their own.
Scott argues the approach would lower health care costs and shift decision-making away from insurance companies. He also says Obamacare subsidies should not be renewed, claiming they benefit higher-income Americans. Experts say it's a time of year which makes it the perfect environment for carbon monoxide poisoning. Thomas Waters is an emergency medicine physician at the Cleveland Clinic.
He says people have their houses sealed up, heaters and generators on during power outages. He says carbon monoxide poisoning is preventable by using carbon monoxide detectors and making sure all fuel-burning appliances are well maintained. Symptoms of poisoning include headache, nausea, and shortness of breath. Waters says if your carbon monoxide detector does go off, it's important you get out of the house right away. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A legal fight over religion in public schools is now headed to a federal appeals court.
Judges on the Fifth Circuit will hear arguments this week on the new Ten Commandments law in Texas. Two lawsuits challenge the requirement, including a similar case from Louisiana. Supporters say the displays reflect legal history, while critics argue they violate church-state separation. I'm Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Washington's Secretary of State says enough signatures have been verified to advance a gender sports initiative. The proposal would bar male students from competing in girls' sports, replacing current rules based on gender identity. Lawmakers now have the option to pass the measure, or it will go before the voters in November. China and the United States have reached a deal that's going to permit TikTok to continue operating in the U.S.
Multiple reports say TikTok parent company ByteDance has divested from its U.S. operations, handing a majority stake to a venture run by non-Chinese investors. They include tech company Oracle, United Arab Emirates investment firm MGX, and private equity fund Silver Lake. This comes ahead of a shutdown deadline originally set by former President Joe Biden and extended by the Trump administration. I'm Jim Roop.
A bit of history washed up on the Jersey Shore, and a bit of erosion helped uncover it.
Staff at Island Beach State Park are watching over the wreckage and shooing visitors away, telling them to not even touch what's left of a 98-foot ship that came in from Puerto Rico in March of 1890. A statement posted Thursday to the park's Facebook page said the schooner was carrying a load of oranges when it wrecked and that all 8 crew members survived. Park staff think the normal beach erosion cycle during the winter is what uncovered what is left, and the New Jersey Maritime Museum helped piece together the history behind it. I'm Levon Putney.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 306 points, the S&P 500 jumped 37 points, and the NASDAQ gained 211 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, we're kicking off a new day. Ready or not, here comes a Friday. Time zone to time zone, 23rd day of January. All right, turn the page on the calendar. And hello to Scrapyard. Waving all 5 from the Chickendale Depot this morning. Buckeye Boy checks in. He said, Steve, judging by what I'm seeing from the weather stations, looks like your Sunday night show may be very interesting as you cover the effects that the storm's having all over the country. Alrighty, Shorty, I-77 northbound tonight at the North Carolina-Virginia line. Checking in with 35 degrees, Columbus bound. And he also says, Buckeye Boy says, I have access to a 15 kW generator with a 95-gallon diesel tank and automatic transfer switch for an extremely good price. If anybody's interested, you can message me. All right, via Facebook, right? Snowpocalypse 2026. The Battle Royale. The grand prize. A case of toilet paper, 6 gallons of moo juice, and 15 loaves of bread. The grand prize. Good to... there's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 30 degrees, Carthage, Missouri. You did such a good job with the weather last night. I thought it might be best to unload and make a high-speed trip to the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri so I could be next to my hot blonde wife when we perish from the paralysis of the January winter storm that will affect 180 million people in 30 states. From the sounds of the National Weather Service, looks like we must all hope and pray that there's still some semblance of a country left after this gets done with this cold, snowy, because it's wintertime. Goodbye, everyone. I hope we all make it through to Monday. Duck and cover. Duck and cover. All right, snowpocalypse. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day, whatever day. 10 days till Groundhog Day, though. 22 till Valentine's, 56 days to spring. All right, finishing up a drop and hook at my store with a foot of snow plus coming in. Most stores here in Owensboro are wiped out of basics right now. The stores will get restocked as conditions improve. Please be sensible in what supplies you pick up before this storm. There are grandmas, third-shift workers, and others that aren't getting paid till today and not able to pick up supplies if they can't find them. Now, we're going to be running unless something somewhat above our pay grade puts a safety stop on us, or we run out of work and run out of hours or drivers. So the groceries are going to continue to try to move, right, throughout the snowpocalypse. Mostly clear, 27 degrees outside. Be safe out there. Have a good weekend when you get to it. And hello to Deborah on board. Hello, Steve. Everybody stay warm out there. Let's see who we got on board there. Hey, Mike, we missed that, didn't we? Morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. I just got passed by one of Lauren Weiss's comrades here. He looks like he's ready for the cold weather. He's got all the panels in, covering up all the holes, trying to keep the livestock warm, I guess.
Right.
So how we doing? We got any clicking tonight? What's going on? What's going on with the modulation and sound level here today?
No click. Did you get a new headset, or
No. This is the brand new headset, and the only thing I can say is that I was pulled into the oil refinery number 24 in line, so I had a couple hours to wait to get to the loading rack. So that's when I was trying to talk with you. Mm-hmm. So the only thing I can say is there must have been some sort of interference from the oil refinery that was coming over whatever the frequency is that the headset and Bluetooth and all that uses there, whatever that frequency range is. So maybe it was part of their pumping system or electrical something or another, switching or something. I don't know. But anyway, so that was the question I had, especially for Lauren Weiss, since you're just talking about him there making his trip, so that we know he's going to be nice and toasty warm next to the hot blonde wife. But you're talking about this forecast coming up, and all these guys out here hauling the moo-moos down the highway. The is it possible to actually keep them warm in the trailers, even with all the side kits put on to keep the holes covered up? And I mean, does body heat keep them warm enough when temperatures are 0 or sub-zero, or do they turn into popsicles back there in the back in the trailer? So that's just a question I had. If Buckeye Boy there, if he wants to send that generator system up there, he can guarantee delivery from his Baltimore driver there. I mean, it'd be more than willing to have him bring it up there and fully equip him with a snow shovel and snow blower, possibly whatever might be needed to help clean up there. Because if he's going to bring the thing up and be stranded there in the, with this storm, we'll put him right to work there if he has to, wants to come up to Baltimore early and be here for the storm. I mean, we got a spot to help him right out there, but I don't know. I don't know if Buckeye Boy can guarantee delivery before the storm, can he? I don't know. We'll have to see what his report is on that. But anyway, happy Casual Friday, or hey, Becky. I guess that's what we're supposed to do today, right? Hey, yeah. Becky. Do you think she's actually going to get to have a full week, or do you think she's going to get stuck somewhere and have to not be able to get the groceries to the market?
Yeah, that's what she was just alluding to. She said we're supposed to be running unless somebody puts a safety stop in place. Maybe they'll shut them down for 24 hours or something. I don't know.
Yeah, probably at least 12 overs, maybe the overnight time when it's the worst there, so that give the snowplows a chance to actually get out, get things cleaned up, and especially around the parking lots and loading docks there at the stores that she's got to get in and out of, because not only is it the highway they got to get around, they actually got to get around in and out of the stores. So if they don't have store lots cleaned up a little bit and loading dock areas cleaned up, it's hard sometimes to get back into the loading docks to get the product off. So anyways, so I guess here in your news there, and you alluded to it there a little bit earlier there, I guess it's time to put the Fire Marshal Bill hat on. I hope everybody doesn't just turn the radio off or change the channel or something. But yeah, they're not kidding about the carbon monoxide and fire detector, smoke detector things there. And, a lot of people don't think about it, but all these smoke detectors you have in your house and everything, they have a lifespan. And even the ones that, are hardwired in, you're supposed to change them every 10 years. They're filtering and detecting elements there. They get dusty and corroded and don't work to the, fullest extent. And, sometimes could be faulty and not alert you when they need to. Mm-hmm. And so anyways, and I guess the one other thing that I try to promote, and I'd love to see a show of hands somewhere, but how many guys are out there that sleep in their trucks and have a smoke detector in the truck with them? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you got a smoke detector in your truck. I'm looking.
You're not.
I don't see a lot of hands.
Not seeing many hands. Okay. Wow.
Yeah. So if you're one of the ones out there without a smoke detector in your truck for the $10 or $15 that they cost, I'm just saying, it's my opinion, just my opinion. You can do what you want with it, but same way with the carbon monoxide detectors. You're parking next to somebody else there. I know the diesel emissions don't have the high carbon monoxide like a gasoline combustion engine does, or somebody running a lawnmower or a leaf blower there beside you. But it's just another good thing to have. But do as you want. But you know what? I got my Fire Marshal Bill hat on here. Just saying. Before I blow myself, isn't that Fire Marshal Bill? Doesn't he always blow himself up there at the end of his bit?
Right.
I don't know. maybe we better be careful with that there with what I'm pulling down the road. Anyway, but no, I don't know. That's about what we got going for you. So we're gonna see what we got, and we're gonna get out the gas we can get out before it happens, and after it happens, the truck will be sitting until it's good to go again. So hopefully everybody will have all the gas they want by then. and we'll see where we end up. Can't guarantee we'll be out here for you Sunday night, Monday morning. So, because by the sounds of our storm, it's supposed to linger into Monday. So we'll have to see where all we're at with everything and which way it all stays, and I guess how much cold air stays down or how much warm air comes up, and whether we end up at the end with an ice storm or if we get snow and sleet all the way through.
Yeah.
But anyways, other than that there, Your Honor, I don't know. Now, let's see. We had a couple things go on with space here real quick. I saw a video there of them transporting the Artemis rocket out there. They had
I saw
video
that.
there. That was pretty
cool.
impressive.
Yeah.
And so what's this deal now that Amazon here, they're going to try to have their own internet system out there in space? How much space junk do we need out there in the heavens, Your Honor? I mean, pretty quick, we're not going to be able to see the stars through all the space junk.
I don't know. Why do we need another stellar constellation? You know, Starlink should be enough to do the job. But yeah, I guess Blue Origin's looking to do something about the same, I guess.
That's what it was sounding like from your newscast there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I understand, not having a monopoly, one service out there doing it. But then again, as I say, how much space junk do we need out there? I mean, you put another 10,000 satellites for Blue Origin up there, and I don't know how many Elon Musk has up. And the thing is it's not only what's up there, it's they're coming back and burning up in the atmosphere. So what are they leaving for remnants in the atmosphere as they're burning up when they come back? Because they have to be replaced up there because of they're in the low altitude of the space there, right? So gravity keeps sucking them back to Earth and burning them up. So they got to send new up to replace them there, right?
Constantly.
Yeah. So anyways, I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. But other than that, I don't know. Not a whole lot of that going on, other than just waiting here for the big freeze, the big chill, and see what happens. And I don't know. As Lauren Weiss says, it's what is it? Winter? Hey, are they going to let that? One last thing here. I hear Pete is out there wanting to eliminate the groundhog again and have a 3D. How do you have a 3D video groundhog have a shadow? I mean, do you have a way to project the shadow? Because if that 3D video thing's standing out there, isn't it going to let the light go through it? It wouldn't make a shadow?
I'm sure.
I don't know.
I'm sure they'll be able to. Artificial intelligence will find a way, right? Leave Punxsutawney Phil alone. He'll be fine. It's 844-844-3388.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
So how big was that announcement this past day? We are out of the World Health Organization. Yeah, you heard that right. After 77 years, the United States has officially severed ties with the corrupt, China-influenced, globalist-controlled World Health Organization. President Trump fulfilling a promise he made to the American people, completing that withdrawal this past day, exactly 1 year after signing the executive order that set the wheels in motion. Yeah, the controversial Ethiopian politician and Director General of the World Health Organization practically begged the United States to rejoin the UN-run agency after the president signed that executive order. But this strips away the shackles of globalist control. It ends decades of U.S. taxpayers footing the bill for an organization riddled with incompetence, bias, and failures that cost countless lives during the COVID catastrophe, long criticized as a puppet of China's communist China, bungled the early response to the Wuhan virus, continuing to parrot Beijing's lies, pushing the experimental vaccine on the entire world. But for decades, the WHO has demanded billions of American taxpayer dollars while pushing their radical agendas. Failed pandemic treaties, draconian lockdowns. They actually wanted to control your doctor, your medications, your ability to travel. President Trump's first administration tried to withdraw back in 2020, but the globalist sympathizer Joe Biden reversed it after getting back in the White House. Now that the Trump is back in charge, America is finally free from those unelected bureaucrats. According to a press release from the U.S. Health and State Departments, the U.S. will only work with the WHO in a limited fashion to effectuate the withdrawal. We have no plans to participate as an observer. We have no plans of rejoining. The U.S. said it plans to work directly with other countries rather than through an international organization when it comes to disease surveillance and other health priorities. The American people have paid more than enough. Releasing the document this past day, we've ended funding. No more contributions to the agency. The president has exercised his authority to pause the future transfer of any government resources to the WHO, because that organization has cost the United States trillions of dollars. And a matter of fact, the United States flag has been removed from outside the World Health Organization headquarters in Geneva this past day. That's pretty incredible. All right, 844-844-3388. And we'll get started with Eagle this Friday morning. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, look like that report I gave you last night, Steve, was a bad deal. I tried to call back in later on last night and didn't get in, but Yeah, it looked like Albuquerque is not a good way. I didn't realize after I talked to you that the storm was coming from that area.
Yeah, it's going to be starting there like later today. So,
yeah, it's not good. Yeah, I'm in Amarillo, Texas right now, so I'm probably going to run into that storm before I get to Albuquerque. So it's too late now. I can't get a load back. I'm already on the road in the morning. So, yeah, it looks like we'll see what happens. Hopefully it'll miss Albuquerque. That's what I'm hoping for. But I didn't know the storm was coming from the west going east. And
sure enough.
I thought it was coming from Canada. I thought it was coming down out of Canada. The wet, the moisture and stuff. So yeah, that's the cold is coming from Canada, but the water is coming from, like you say, from the other side, from I guess the Pacific. Well, yeah. Did you hear anything else about Albuquerque tonight? Did you give any news? I just tuned in.
I'm looking right now at some of the. I guess the winter storm warnings kind of kick in at 11 o'clock Friday morning. So I guess by midday, the snow's going to be moving in.
Yeah, it's a bad deal. Yeah, it's a bad deal. So this will be my first taste of snow this year. I haven't driven in no snow or seen snow so far this year. So it's been a pretty good year so far. But it looked like that streak might come to an end.
You might end up finding yourself parked somewhere, right? Yeah. So Heatwave was. I think he was, trying to give you some tips on places you might have to hunker down. You kind of wait out the storm.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A huge winter storm is expected to impact about 2/3 of the nation across 33 states, affecting over 200 million Americans. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the state is prepared for an incoming blast of Arctic air, bringing freezing temperatures and snow.
The reality is about the top 2/3 of the state of Texas, maybe from San Antonio all the way up to the tip-top of the Panhandle, will be the worst hit.
Snow is expected in the Dallas area, with icy roads stretching into the hill country. Abbott says around 280 warming centers will be open, and a disaster declaration is in place. A bipartisan proposal in Congress would cap credit card interest rates at 10%. Florida Republican Congresswoman Ana Paulina Luna is working with Democrat Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and says the plan would apply permanently and target large banks. The measure follows President Trump's call for lower credit card rates, though its path through Congress remains uncertain. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, so you're dreaming of a cruise this time of year. Get away from all the cold, right? Everybody dreaming of those balmy breezes, sunny skies, warm temperatures. Well, that's what guests would expect when embarking on the Carnival Pride in Baltimore this Sunday. Carnival Cruise Lines has reached out to guests booked on the 7-night Bahamas cruise, alerting them to the possibility that weather may have a significant impact on their sailing, including embarkation. Yeah, we're actively monitoring the forecast for Baltimore. The email says heavy snow is expected in the region. This could impact our operational plans for the day. Yeah, right now, Baltimore's under a winter storm watch from 7 p.m. Saturday through 7 a.m. Monday. That includes the expectation for at least 5 inches of snow. Yeah, the possibility of more than 10 may fall. Yeah, it could at times mix in with the freezing rain, which obviously is extremely hazardous for anyone trying to get to the cruise port, right? Yeah, with a mix of sleet, freezing rain possible Sunday, a significant icing is possible, especially south of Highway 50. The port of Baltimore is about 20 miles north of Highway 50, but still in the expected area of heavy snow, icy conditions, poor visibility. Carnival right now is pretty much telling all the passengers booked to download the app. Sign up for text alerts. At this point, they have not canceled the sailing. No changes yet confirmed. So I would say, yeah, you're likely to see some itinerary changes there. Gotta love it. All right, Eagle, back with us. No real changes for the Albuquerque forecast. Like I said, the storm's coming in from west to east, so it's going to be starting about the Albuquerque areas where it's supposed to really kind of begin snowing and then push on over to so it's going to be really tough travel from the Texas line there to Albuquerque.
Yeah. I was looking at the Weather Channel and the truck stop at night. So I wish I would have known that before I got this dispatch on Tuesday. I thought out on the west might be a little bit better, but I didn't realize that's the way. But like I say, I'm Amarillo. I found out the hard way about that. Growing up in Texas, people used to think that it didn't snow in Texas. I found out the hard way about that a long time ago. That in Amarillo, I called the guy's bluff one day. He said the storm was coming. I go, it don't snow. When I went to bed and when I woke up around about 1 or 2 o'clock, it was so much snow on the ground I couldn't open the door of my truck in Amarillo. That snow come down real hard in Amarillo sometimes, and it shut the whole. I couldn't leave Amarillo for about a day or two before they got the roads cleaned up. So I'm kind of leery about hanging around Amarillo. I don't know. I'm gonna see how things look in the morning before I start rolling. I was hoping I'd at least be able to get to New Mexico, the state line, and see what happens from there. But I don't know. We'll see what happens when I wake up. But it's not snowing right now in Amarillo. But
no,
when I wake up in the morning, it could be a different story. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, Steve, before I get to this situation with the ice in Minnesota, there's some more news on that. I wanted to talk about the NFL, the playoffs this weekend. I'm a big football fan, Steve, but this is probably, I probably don't care if I probably won't watch neither one of the games because I'm really not interested in neither one of the teams because Denver, they're in a lot of trouble because they lost their quarterback in the last game. He broke his ankle or something, and so they're using a backup, somebody that he didn't play the game all year, so he's definitely going to be rusty. He ain't got seen no action. So it's, I don't know why Denver going to play against New England. So I don't like New England. So I probably won't watch that ball game. And then the other game with the Rams and Seahawks, Seattle, I don't like neither one of them. So I might not even watch neither. Well, I don't know. I might be concerned more with the weather, trying to get the hell out of Albuquerque than worry about a football game this weekend. So that's the last thing I'm worried about right now is the game. I'm trying to figure out how I can get back to Texas after the storm is over with. But, the weather, like I said, Steve, it's, they got some rock bottom temperatures. And like I told you last week, when I'm talking about this ice situation in Minnesota, I really believe that that's a blessing in disguise, the weather, because those people were ready to burn the city down in Minnesota after that woman got killed. And luckily the cold front came in. A lot of these YouTubers, they got a lot of guys who do YouTube videos that do live broadcasts from that ice facility in Minnesota. It's a ghost town out there. Ain't nobody, not even the dumbest leftist is dumb enough to go out at minus 20, minus 30 degree weather. Yeah, they showed a couple of protests, and there's like about 4 or 5 people out there tonight. So, they ain't getting no big crowds because nobody's going to go out and protest in that type of weather. You got a few knuckleheads that come out during the daytime. It's still cold in the day, but I believe that's what's keeping the protests. But all hell could break loose, though. Like I said, once the weather starts warming up again next week, they might get back above freezing, and then, at more bearable temperatures, you might see more protesters
right
next week, and they might be be ready to raise hell again. So we'll see what happens. But like I said, they better be real careful with what they do because Donald Trump, he already don't got the military people ready, 1,500, maybe more than that, is ready to roll into Minnesota if they get too rowdy. If they get too crazy, they'll have the military. They think they got problems now. They'll really have problems when the National Guard and whoever he sent in get there. So they better be real careful with how they protest. But here's the thing now, Steve, like I was telling you last night about, I don't know how they let Don Lemon, that loser, off the hook. But they arrested a couple of those protesters that busted into that church on Sunday, but for some reason they let him off the hook. And he was on his YouTube channel bragging about it. Today, I looked at one of his YouTube videos.
Right.
He talking a little bit too much. He's saying that the Trump administration is scared of him and they can't do anything. He better be real careful how he talk because I promise you that Donald Trump and the people that in the administration, they see those videos and he talk a little bit too much and he will find himself in jail. Because he think that he got away with it because he was definitely involved in that situation on Sunday.
Absolutely.
And as far as I'm concerned, he should be in jail right now. But I believe that's coming. But now, as far as this other thing goes, Steve, I was telling you last night about these agitators that follow these ICE units all around town in Minnesota and blocking the car. Same thing that woman did. They didn't learn their lesson from her. Blocking police ICE vehicles in and trying to interrupt them arresting people. I told you, we talked about the incident with the Vino going to the store and them getting kicked out. So these people he's talking about, they're not welcome in Minnesota. That they're not going to get any service in the restaurants, the gas stations, the hotels. They basically trying to shut the ICE out of Minneapolis, these left-wing lunatics. But that's not going to work because they got government money, and they'll find a place to stay, and they'll find food to eat and other things. So they can try to roadblock them all they want. But like I said, it's just hard to believe, Steve, that somebody would be dumb enough to block a government vehicle in and try to ram a government vehicle after they seen what happened to that woman when she got shot. That'd be the last thing I would try to do, is because I wouldn't want to have the same thing happen to her happen to me. But that just shows you how stupid these people are. And like I've been telling you for the last couple of weeks since this incident started, Steve, I want people to realize, if anybody that disagrees with what I'm saying, I want you to think about this when you say that these people have a protesting for a good cause. Remember, these people are protesting for a woman that violated the law and tried to run over a federal agent. These people are protesting for drug dealers, child molesters, kidnappers, drug dealers, the whole deal. And by the way, those people are in the country illegally. So the next time you say that you're protesting for a good cause, just remember what you're protesting for, and you might decide not to hit the streets. And I thank you for taking my call.
And, of course, they don't have enough common sense, obviously. I'm looking from Kentucky Weather Now. George says, if you thought this storm couldn't get any weirder, in the data that's coming in from these models, he said lightning is consistently showing up in the data here. There may be several areas of thunder sleet, thunder snow, or thunder freezing rain. He says, I have to admit, thunder snow is one of the coolest looking things, but on the map, I'm looking, and the data is showing lightning potential through south central Tennessee, northern Alabama, northern Mississippi, back through central southern Arkansas. It's just, I guess it's the intensity of a storm. It would be that this setup would essentially, in the warmer months, be one of those severe weather setups with strong thunderstorms, tornadoes, and things of that nature in the mix. It's the wintertime version of a strong storm. Simple enough. Let's see. Hello to Timothy checking in this morning. There's my brain dead. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday. Cloudy 40 at the West Memphis Airport this morning. Winter storm warning plus a state of emergency at the moment. My normal run got canceled. It put me on a 2-stop Jackson, Mississippi. So this is going to be a long day. I went to the store yesterday after I got off from the worst day in a long time. From the time I walked in till the time I walked out, it was just under 2 hours. It was comical seeing the people walk around like a bunch of zombies. I was able to get most of our stuff. Dingbat got the remaining stuff, but before I forget, I can't wait till the Mid-America Truck Show, and Dingbat and I planning to be there this year. The zombies in the absolute insanity at the grocery stores through much of the country right now. Drummer Girl, 38 in Northeast Philly tonight. My township has a snow emergency that starts at the midnight hour Friday. Now, we're not actually supposed to get snow till Saturday evening. I doubt I'll be working Sunday, since we're supposed to get close to 2 feet of snow. All right. Hello to Gary, 24 degrees, Southwest Ohio here. Get a quick time out, and when we come back, there was a reporter from News Nation that traveled to the state of Maine, uncovering more possible fraud in the Somali community, much like what we've been uncovering in Minnesota. Saying it isn't so. We'll give you more coming up here.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting? Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
So the reporter from News Nation travels up to Maine. He highlighted one particular building that is supposedly home to 10 different Somali-owned home health care companies. But when he talked to the landlord said, there's never anybody there. He then interviews a local newspaper reporter who points out various locations that are also supposedly home health care companies, which just so happen to be next door to businesses that can wire money to Somalia. This is all so shady. Office buildings across Maine packed with home health care companies that rarely anybody's there. That's definitely red flags similar to the patterns discovered in Minnesota, and in some cases having overbilled the state by hundreds of thousands of dollars before just vanishing. One Portland office building houses 10 home health care businesses, about half the building's tenants, with, again, the landlord saying he rarely sees anybody from most of those companies except when they just come to pay the rent. Yeah, one guy I see coming and going. The rest of them, I never see them. If I'm here when they pay the rent, otherwise they're never here. And all of a sudden, if it was 1 or 2 or 3, I'd be like, okay, but yeah, now we've got 10. There had been as many as 12, 13 of these home health businesses. At one point, you just kind of wonder, what's up with this healthcare thing? Why are so many people doing it from foreign countries? But the clustering of multiple healthcare providers in single locations is identical to what had been identified by the House Oversight Committee as the major fraud indicators that have been taking place in Minnesota. Billions of taxpayer funds. One tenant in Nevins building, 5-star home health care, overbilled main care by nearly $400,000, according to the audit documents obtained by the Maine Wire. The owner then abandoned that office. This just sounds like Minneapolis all over again, doesn't it? Well, Senor Heatwave on a Friday.
Yes, good morning, Senor. Well, I've been driving for 2 hours now, and the temperature has not risen above 10, and I started at 8. So it's heading west on 80 out here in the middle of Nebraska. Little breezy, little chilly, and we're not talking red or green. This is just plain blue, cold. But it is dry, and I don't think the clouds are really that bad yet. Yeah, I was talking to Eagle, and I got to thinking that sometimes, if the city is socked in, they will open the state fairgrounds and have the semis parked out there to kind of alleviate some of the pressure. But the problem is Central, the old Route 66, Central, that's Hooker Haven. And that's Drug Drive. So I don't know if they did open that up, if they're going to have security out there or not. And if the drivers don't have food in their tractors, they're going to have to go outside the fairgrounds to find food. But they're going to be in a mix with a bunch of, them kind of folks. So anyways, let's just hope it ain't as bad and people can get the hell in and get the hell out. Let's see here. Well, Jill, I'm glad that she found her parents, Snuffy and Granny, if I understood that right, after 40 years.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Myself, y'all know the story about me being adopted. I was 9 days old when I was adopted out to my current family. So, yeah, I missed my mother by 45 days when I finally found my family using 23andMe. Now, who the father is? I don't know. It must have been an immaculate conception because no one knows anything about who my father was. So, I don't know. I do know that my mother had named me David Lee, last name unknown at the time, but I was thinking, Roth? Nah, he'd been too young. Or he'd probably been about the same age my birth mother would have been right now. So, who knows? Could have been a rock star. So, yeah. And if y'all are listening there, Granny and Snuffy, if y'all wouldn't mind passing y'all's number to me via Steve, y'all more than welcome to have mine. And we could chit-chat because I met y'all at the truck show here. I guess it was, 4 years ago? I'm thinking, somewhere around there. I guess it was 23 because Yellow shut down later on that year, I believe. Well, anyways. And then Buster, I met him at the truck show, too. If he's willing to, pass along his number, you got my permission to give him mine, too. So, yeah, this is just a close-knit family with a few oddballs in it. Some may say I'm the oddball or one of many out there. So, we were joking about the William Shatner being seen with a bowl of cereal behind the steering wheel at an intersection. Somebody said that might have been an actual commercial shoot for a cereal to be a commercial during the Super Bowl. Now, I really don't know what kind of cereal would garner that much attention for them to pay millions of dollars for a Super Bowl ad. But, yeah, stranger things have happened, right?
Yeah.
So we're not a member of WHO anymore, huh? World Health
That's
Organization.
correct. Yeah, how about that? Yeah,
Good.
Buckeye Boy, I guess he kind of explained it. He said, I guess the rules for the WHO, you had to give them a 1-year notice. So, and that's apparently when Trump was sworn in, January, 21, a year ago. I guess the following day, he must have signed that executive order. So the 1 year has come and gone, and we're officially out.
Good. Yeah, if they're going to be a Chinese mouthpiece and still demand our money, beg us to stay for our tax money to fund their silly bets. Hell, China can do it. Hell, they got plenty of money. If they ain't got it, they can just print it up.
Yeah, World Health Organization, they were all about just control. They wanted control of all of our medical decisions. But with that, we got to get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A huge winter storm is expected to impact about 2/3 of the nation across 33 states, affecting over 200 million Americans. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the state is prepared for an incoming blast of Arctic air, bringing freezing temperatures and snow.
The reality is about the top 2/3 of the state of Texas, maybe from San Antonio all the way up to the tip-top of the Panhandle, will be the worst hit.
Snow is expected in the Dallas area, with icy roads stretching into the hill country. Abbott says around 280 warming centers will be open, and a disaster declaration is in place. A bipartisan proposal in Congress would cap credit card interest rates at 10%. Florida Republican Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna is working with Democrat Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and says the plan would apply permanently and target large banks. The measure follows President Trump's call for lower credit card rates, though its path through Congress remains uncertain. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is set to testify next week before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on Venezuela.
A committee spokesperson says the hearing will take place Wednesday as the first public hearing since a U.S. military operation captured former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. Rubio is expected to face questions about the legal justification for the operation and next steps in U.S. policy. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Blue Origin is starting a satellite communications network to rival Starlink.
The space company, founded by Amazon's Jeff Bezos, announced Wednesday it will deploy over 5,400 satellites into Earth's orbit for a communications network that will serve data centers, businesses, and governments. Blue Origin said the satellite deployment will start in the last quarter of 2027 and that the new network will have data speeds of up to 6 terabytes per second anywhere on Earth. The network is called TerraWave, and it will compete with Elon Musk's Starlink, which currently has about 10,000 satellites in low orbit. I'm Monica Nelson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
OSHA officials in New Jersey are investigating the death of a chemical plant worker who apparently fell into a large container of mineral oil. Police say the 71-year-old employee was loading oil at the Bayway chemical plant in Linden when the incident occurred. That happened on Tuesday, and the plant's operator, Infinium, says safety is a priority, but acknowledged accidents can still occur. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is moving to stop a Houston area Islamic sporting event, citing security concerns over the group sponsoring it. Officials and organizers are pushing back.
Abbott has ordered the Cypress Fairbanks ISD to cancel the 2026 Houston Islamic Games, pointing to New Jersey chapter of CARE and his designation of CARE as the Muslim Brotherhood as terrorist organizations. CARE calls the claim false and vows to hold the governor accountable, saying the event has safely run in the U.S. for 35 years and targets Muslim children. USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner.
People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals often suggest replacing Punxsutawney Phil. That's the Pennsylvania groundhog that's predicting weather for over 100 years.
Ahead of this year's Groundhog Day, the group is suggesting a state-of-the-art hologram or 3D projection that would give a local weather forecast. The catch is that Phil would have to be retired to a sanctuary. PETA argues it would look better, captivate crowds, and let Phil relax, since groundhogs really don't like crowds and loud noises. Groundhog Day this year falls on Monday, February 2nd. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty, as we get a brand new day underway. rolling into a Friday. Shall we call it Casual Friday? Now, Eagle mentioned Don Lemon. Oddly enough, some left-leaning judge would not sign off on the order to have him arrested. They did arrest 3 other individuals that were part of storming that church last weekend. Buckeye Boy said Pam Bondi's looking right now at other options. As far as Don Lemon's concerned, he's not out of the woods yet. It's the lefties protecting the lefties with that judge. All right, Gilligan, morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Partly cloudy, 37, at least for now. Mayberry, a.k.a. Mount Airy, North Carolina. Me and Marianne not looking forward to the storm, but we've been through several like this in our lifetime. Hope everybody stays safe and warm out there. And keep it shiny side up, right? And Chuck, good morning from Monroe, Michigan. 18 degrees here, wind chill of 3 at this hour. Yeah, we're headed down to Lima to load some ethanol, take it to Canton, Ohio, unload, then it's back to Jewett, Ohio for some denaturant. Then off to Greenville. Then we'll reload some more ethanol and back to Canton to unload Saturday morning, as long as the API load heads cooperate, along with my internal valve on my trailer. Then it's time to go home. All right, stay warm, everybody. Semper Fi to all those Marine Corps brothers and sisters out there. There you go. Hello, Billy. Morning, Steve, in the overnight drive. Happy Friday. Headed to Garysburg, North Carolina. Then it's down to Moorhead City, North Carolina. Meanwhile, back to Pappy checks in here on a Friday. What's going on, Pappy?
What up, though? Listen, Don Lemon, Steve, he was the orchestrator of that whole church takeover. He didn't just walk in, he was the orchestrator.
Right.
And this far-left judge, this is going to happen with these judges. I say they take it to a grand jury. These are felony charges, felony federal charges. They can take it to a grand jury, get an indictment, and then go perp walk his ass. That's what needs to be done. Everybody that entered into that church and was heckling and being in a threatening manner. I don't know if any specific threats were made to them, right? But just them being aggressive the way they were. Just entering the church was a criminal act. Just entering that church and disrupting it was enough to get them in hot water. Steve, I had to write this down, man. I was just sitting here getting ready to start rolling some smokes for the weekend. I had you on my headphones. I got the TV on, but the sound down. Well, guess who popped up on the screen, and guess what the headline was? Al Sharpton was on the TV. You ready for this, Steve? Have you seen this?
I have not.
Spewing that Martin Luther King stood for DEI. That's what his message was all about.
Okay. Wow.
I'm sorry, Steve. The balls of these people, right? And the thing is, Steve, there's people that are going to believe it. There are people that are going to believe it. They will tell if they could get into the internet and wipe out every clip of Martin Luther King standing there and saying, "Don't judge me by the content of the color of my skin. Judge me by the content of my character.
Right.
Not hire me because I'm black or female or gay or white or Asian, whatever. Hire me because I'm the best qualified person for the job. This Al Sharpton dude, man, what? Holy moly. And we got to stop. Every time you hear the headline, Somalis,
Yes.
right, found
Yes.
up in Maine to be involved. So we got to stop thinking. Listen, man, the orchestrators of all this healthcare fraud is the D.C. swamp. And the non-government organizations, these people are the orchestrators of all that. Somebody was on, I forget what it was, some time today I was watching something. They made a good point. They picked the Somalis, number one, because they're all pirates. We'll jump right in on this. But God forbid you try to accuse them. What can they say in return? Oh, what's the famous word, Steve? Come on. You're being a racist. Yep. That's why they picked the Somalis. What else here? Let me think, man. Let me scratch my head and think what else is. Oh, the WHO. I told you the Trump.
Yes.
The gloves were off with Trump, man. Steve, that's big, dude. That's big. Let's don't forget what the World Health Organization was trying to do to this country, man. And now, bye-bye. Don't let the door hit you.
They were trying to get us, and I don't know. I think Biden actually signed off on the deal where, like when the next pandemic occurs, the World Health Organization would dictate all the rules. They would dictate what gets to be open, what shuts down, who's going to get the vaccination. Total control.
Yes, sir. Very first letter in that WHO, World Health Organization. We're going to decide what happens on this planet and what doesn't. NATO and the UN need to be next. I don't know if it will happen, but man, Steve, Rump's call the other night, it was a few nights ago. I think it was the same night that Trump addressed the world in Switzerland, what it was at Davos or whatever they call it there.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Steve, Trump nailed it. Go back and listen to his call, man. He just looked them all in the face and pretty much told them, hey, man, America's back. They all know it. You see Gavin Newsom was following him out there. He went out there, too. And he was trying to badmouth America. I heard a lot of people were just laughing at him. He's trying to show his run for presidency. And it ain't going to happen. This dude, man. Bongino was on Hannity tonight. Should have took a screenshot of it, but they put out some stats there. See, the homicide rate is the lowest in a century. We're not talking a couple of years. We're not talking 5 years or even a couple decades. In a century. And violent crimes are down. And I don't know if you've seen my post on Facebook, but why do you think that maybe is, Steve?
Because we're deporting all the criminals?
Right? Getting all these violent gang members out of here. Go back to the old saying, Steve. 100% of the violent crimes are committed by less than 5% of the people. The same people. doing it over and over. And if you can get rid of them, crime rate's going to go down. The old Giuliani recipe, broken windows. Right? You break a window, you go to jail. You jump a turnstile, you go to jail, because the ones jumping the turnstiles and don't want to pay a ticket to get onto the subway, those are the ones that are committing the thefts and robberies and the rapes on the subways. It's not simple. You got to lock them all up. That's the consequences. And we see what happens when you don't lock people up for... Steve, I guess, the left wants to totally change the dictionary word of a peaceful protest, right? A peaceful protest is you're literally just standing there, maybe with a sign, standing on the sidewalk. You're not confronting anybody. You're not screaming in anybody's faces. You're not throwing rocks at vehicles. That's a peaceful protest. And what these people are doing is not peaceful, but they want to call it that.
Right.
That's what they do. They change the definition. Didn't we talk about this a couple of years ago? Some of the definitions that were literally changed. They went in there and literally changed the definition of several words in like Webster's dictionary. And it was a couple years we talked about this. The guy had an old Webster's dictionary from like 1970, and he looked up a couple words, and then he got a couple words from a newly printed dictionary, and what they have done, it's just crazy. Just like the definition of a female, right? They can't give us one, man. The simple upside down world. Oh, all right, bud. That's all I got, man. Get ready for the weekend. I ain't looking too forward to it, I'll be honest about it, whether we get 3 inches or 14. That dude on 12 did say, when he said 7 to 10, he said that he is leaning towards his prediction there on the low side. He said all the other locals channels, if you look at their models, they're all talking higher numbers. And he even said there's a good chance you're probably going to see more than what I'm saying, but I'm going to stick with my guns and say 7 to 10. So we'll see. Went out and got the stay bill, got 2 5-gallon jugs of gasoline went up, got gas for the generator if need be. Hopefully you don't need it. Charged the solar power up, ready to rock and roll there in case the heat goes out. I got the wood burner here, Steve. I got wood. I can keep the house warm for a week if need be.
That's a good thing. All right.
All right. Listen, man, all you truck drivers out there, God love you. What Eagle said the other night, man, ain't no load worth your life, brothers. And listen, Steve, there's going to be a bunch of truck drivers out here this weekend. And let's put God's hand over and keep them all safe. What they mean in this country, man. The roads are bad. Listen, guys, just pull it over, man. Pull it over. Get off. It ain't worth it. Steve, thanks for taking the call. Yeah, Sunday night show. I'll call in, man. I'll give you updates. I'm sure Sunday night show is going to be a doozy for anybody out and about. Because that's when the main storm, I think, is rolling in. Sunday. Late Sunday, overnight Sunday.
Sunday, yes. Saturday, we get a couple of inches. Then, Sunday, the heavy stuff continuing Sunday night into Monday morning. Going to be a couple of waves, they're telling us, with a little bit of a lull in between the waves. But morning, Grump. Did we lose the Grump? I believe we did. I was going to see if he's ready for Snowmageddon or not. Are you with us, Plowboy?
Well, we're in the freezer right now there, brother. Yeah, Steve, thanks for taking my call. But, yeah, we're going to be that bad according to our weather up here. 1 to 3, and it's going to hit Saturday and blow its ass on out of here. And then the temperature's going to bottom out. So, but thinking about your couple of other stories that you've been talking about, what would I say? A public service announcement. Anybody owes anything in income tax this year, hold off. Hold off. Start paying it, 18 months from now? I'm doing this for a reason. So we can funnel out, find out where all these Somalians are getting the money at, where all the money is coming from, blah, blah, blah. And, hey, then they won't be able to spend the money that should be rightfully going to the government that we need supported in the right way.
Mm-hmm.
But another public service announcement. For the state of Texas, Austin, San Antonio, and Atlanta, I think so. Everybody stay out of a driverless taxis when this crap hits. You know what's going to happen, Steve, don't you? Them electric is going to go out, and the Waymos are going to come to a screeching halt and sit there, and people are going to freeze to death. I'm being serious when I say that with a laugh. But you've got 2 towns I do know at least. They've got them Waymo taxis, and we've seen how they screwed up with no electricity.
Yeah, I would have a sneaky. I have a sneaky feeling they'll shut the Waymos down in the inclement weather. Surely they wouldn't allow them to try to get out there in that.
God, I could only hope so. But it's just, first thing when I start seeing Austin, up to Houston, San Antonio going to get it in Atlanta, and it's not going to be fun. But like I said, we're supposed to not have much of it, but further south. But I don't know, just one of them things. But did you say the WHO is out of business? Thank God. Now I got to ask you a question. Can we put Fauci in jail now, or was he not under immunity under the auto pen? Can we not go dig up more crap on him now?
I don't know if he's in the I don't know if he's in the clear or not.
I hope not. I'd love to see them box him up and put him under the jail for, take somebody else with them, and one that shoved all this garbage down our throats. But the serious question I do have, Steve, who's going to be over this world, not the world, but the American organization, let's just say? Is it going to become the CDC only? Or are they going to have a governing body over them?
No, I mean, what we've got for our CDC is still that's our Centers for Disease Control. They'll be making the decisions for the American people, and pretty much World Health Organization. You do what you want. Your member countries, you tell them what you wanted to do. All these countries that signed on the agreement. That they'll let the World Health Organization make the decisions, more power to you, but we ain't having none of it. Bitterly cold. I'm looking at the wind chill factors here this Friday morning. The wind chill's supposed to be at like 60 below this morning up in International Falls. Minneapolis, minus 52. Get on out there, protesters. We're looking at like 40 below in Sioux Falls, 34 below for Des Moines, 43 below Green Bay, minus 32 Chicago. That wind chill factors. Brutally cold here this Friday morning. My. All right, let me see. All right, Grump. I don't know if you had the phone on mute or what.
No, I get in this one spot right there. It seems like every time I'm talking to you, I hit that one spot, and it just cuts the damn phone off. But usually when I'm coming south, it's always the same thing. But Yeah, that is probably one of the best things that Trump has ever done is kick who to the door, or it just during COVID it was Bob Redfield, who was the head of the CDC at the time. He fought them tooth and nail, and they would completely, when they were coming to the States and talking about the things that they were going to do for COVID, whether masks work, whether this worked, blah, blah, blah. He was offering alternative opinions on COVID itself, about mask use and the vaccine and all the rest of the crap that, that Fauci was for. And they completely excluded him from any kind of conversations. Just wouldn't even hear it. And he was in charge of the damn CDC at the time. So it's that documentary I think I told you about there that's on Angel Network. That Thank You, Dr. Fauci. It's a shot at him. It's not anything that's praising the man.
Mm-hmm.
And it is definitely worth watching. I mean, it just tells it all. And it started out from investigative reporters that got interested in where the money was coming from and and what was happening. And they proved a dozen times that Fauci was funding gain of function. And when they're doing that, they're altering diseases. And there's stuff at Wuhan right now that could wipe out the entire population of the world. That's one thing that they believe that China was trying to do, was engineer a illness that would put everybody on their ass, basically. And it wasn't far off. I mean, it wasn't far off, but of course, when people start, getting it, and you get the herd immunity that gets built up, it kind of changes the direction of things. But for the old and the already sick and everything, it really knocked them on their butts. But a couple of things was interesting about that whole documentary was they had brought up that the vaccines that were made, that Moderna, they were paying Fauci and them thousands of dollars to be able to test their vaccines and stuff. But they had said that they had been actually working on a COVID-19 vaccine for several months or several years, because they had the way it looked to them, and this was one of the things that Bob Redfield was looking at, was that they had been working on engineering this damn COVID mess for a good while. So
long time, yeah. Well, we pause there. Be right back. Rolling into a Friday news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A huge winter storm is expected to impact about 2/3 of the nation across 33 states, affecting over 200 million Americans. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the state is prepared for an incoming blast of Arctic air, bringing freezing temperatures and snow.
The reality is about the top 2/3 of the state of Texas, maybe from San Antonio all the way up to the tip-top of the Panhandle, will be the worst hit.
Snow is expected in the Dallas area, with icy roads stretching into the hill country. Abbott says around 280 warming centers will be open, and a disaster declaration is in place. A bipartisan proposal in Congress would cap credit card interest rates at 10%. Florida Republican Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna is working with Democrat Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and says the plan would apply permanently and target large banks. The measure follows President Trump's call for lower credit card rates, though its path through Congress remains uncertain. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, obviously we know it's going to be enough snow to shovel and plow. Starting from New Mexico and Colorado here on Friday, then stretching all the way to Massachusetts and Maine by Sunday. Could be the biggest snowstorm in years, with a large swath looking at 6 to 12 inches of snow, 24 to as much as 30 inches in the hardest hit areas. AccuWeather says it's rare that storms combine this much snow, ice, and bitter cold over such a broad area. So we're talking a widespread travel-halting winter storm that will stall life for several days in large portions of the central and eastern U.S. All right, accumulating snow will fall along that swath of the central and eastern U.S., extending for at least 2,000 miles. You can start about Albuquerque, New Mexico. Then to Denver, Oklahoma City, St. Louis, Nashville. On over to Indianapolis, Cincinnati to Pittsburgh, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York City, and Boston. So the arrival of the Arctic air, that's what's setting the storm up here. Without it, there might not be a storm or a massive zone of heavy snow across the northern portion of the Midwest. The air's already becoming too dry for steady snow to move up from the south. This storm will last 36 to 48 hours in some areas before the Arctic dry air finally overwhelms and turns off the snow later in the weekend and early next week. Now, Chicago to Detroit, you're on the northern fringe. Moisture from Lake Michigan may give part of Chicago a bump of accumulation, despite being on the northern edge. But the two-pronged storm is complex. One part weakening as it moves toward the Tennessee Valley, the other strengthening as it moves along the Atlantic coast. Now, because warm air could move into parts of the Tennessee Valley and parts of the east, there's going to be the mixing sleet or freezing rain at the height of the storm, which would cut back on the accumulation somewhat. This would still occur after a heavy snowfall, but it may prevent what would possibly have been a blockbuster snowstorm of 1 to 3 feet extending throughout the I-95 corridor. There is that zone from central Maryland to the eastern panhandle of West Virginia, northwest Virginia, south central PA, which will see a heavy rate of snow before and after any mixing of ice may compensate. So accumulations maybe to 12 to 18 inches, higher in some areas. If ice does not mix in over places like D.C., Philadelphia, New York City, I mean, that snowfall may exceed the higher end of 6 to 10 that's currently in the forecast there. Obviously, we're going to be talking widespread travel issues in the days ahead. All right, Grump, thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Yeah. You know, Don Lemon there, Happy made a comment about Lemon, everything being going in front of a grand jury. The charges that were filed on him should have been federal charges. I'm still not understanding why that prosecutor took that in front of the state court, which the magistrate, I mean, that's the lowest form of the court right there. The magistrate normally handles traffic tickets and, crap like that. They don't deal with this kind of stuff. If they would initially went in front of a grand jury, go ahead and, and I mean, they got one convened all the time. I mean, if they took them charges up and said, if they would have found that there was a reasonable belief that a crime was committed and went on ahead and okayed the charges and everything, that should have went straight to the federal judge. The arrest warrants and everything else, instead of this crap going up in front of, I mean, hell, they might as well put it in front of a chancellery court, because it's, it carries about as much weight. It's, a magistrate court, like I said, they normally handle traffic tickets, small stuff. I mean, they don't get into the big time crap. They're appointed for 8 years normally through the state, or federal magistrate judges are appointed for 8 years also. But as is the chancellery courts, which they handle mainly estate crap, divorces, things like that. And but when you look at the charges that should have been filed on him, that should have went straight to the grand jury. So I don't blame Bondi for hopping on a plane, flying up there, going, "What the hell's going on?" With this, and said they have other things in the works, because he, that guy's wife, that Miko or Miko, whatever the hell his name is, that Douglas Miko, he the magistrate judge that dismissed the charges against Lemon. His wife works out of Keith Ellefson's office, and she's an assistant AG there. So, what did they expect? I mean, this idiot's not going to, push anything through. He's as liberal as they come. He worked, I guess, for a while as a public defender for as a federal public defender. Mm-hmm. So, on, federal charges, things like that. But, this, and when you work like that, I mean, you're, for federal charges, that's the big boy stuff. That's murder, capital murder, things like that, embezzlement, things that you can be charged for on a federal crime. This idiot here, I mean, he just, he's working out of the state court, in magistrate court, and it just, when I read that the state magistrate dismissed charges, I thought, well, what the hell was they even, in front of that clown for? That should have never happened. I don't know, man. I tell you what, and I doubt right now whether much is going to happen on that. They may run it in front of a grand jury and go ahead and try to get some federal charges on him, because he clearly orchestrated a lot of that with his comments and things like that. When they walked to that church and that preacher told them, the reverend told them to get out, that they didn't want them there. At that point in time, that was criminal trespass. And when you looked over there when they were doing the videos and stuff, and you see them two big thugs standing over there, the door and everything, keeping people in. That's kidnapping. I mean, you cannot do that. And I don't know. I think everybody that walked in that building should have the criminal trespass attached to them, and made it clear that they can't go in any churches or anything like that. But I listened to that damn lady, that loudmouth hag that kind of. She's always doing this stuff. She got $1 million, to kind of coordinate everything up there, and $1 million. I mean, protesting is quite lucrative these days. I mean, that's they don't give a rat's ass about a resume, because they're up there making $1 million and stuff like that, and they're handing out $100 bills and putting them up in hotel rooms and every damn thing else just to go up there, and be disruptive. The thing is, Steve, that these people, they don't give a damn about Somalians or anybody else. They don't care. All they care about is disruption and money, and that's exactly what they're getting. They're when you start locking their asses up, and I would do an up or down vote in Congress, on if you are charged with domestic terrorism, your ass goes to Guantanamo Bay. You don't serve time here in the States. You go to Guantanamo Bay. And maybe I don't know if they'd have a military tribunal on them down there or what, but, I could run in front of, federal court here. That'd be fine. But they need to have something to separate them from everybody else. Say, yeah, you're going to Guantanamo Bay, or something. You will be shut off completely from all, family members and everything, if this comes to pass. But this is getting out of hand. I mean, it literally is getting out of hand. But I don't know. I was seeing dumbass, that idiot out of California, Gavin Newsom. How he went out there and was showing his ass there in Switzerland. About wanting to get on and give a rebuttal speech, I guess, to Trump. Now, that's a sad day in this country when you have a governor that is wanting to refute everything that the president says, that he's wanting to just disrupt the process. Trump is not the best speaker in the world, but like I told you, last night, I was glad to hear the fact that he called out everybody. He just let them know what the hell, what was going on. And whether they like it or not, we are the big dog on the block. That's a damn fact, and each and every country that thinks that they can defend themselves, and then by golly do it. Pull out of NATO. We'll never pull out of NATO, because we was the ones that started NATO. We'll always be there, and I think that's not necessarily a bad thing. I know a lot of people says, well, hell, we ought to just go it on our own. We could not withstand a battle from Russia and China and North Korea, and probably India would join in on something like that if we ever got in another world war. And it would be, I think everything that people thinks would not happen would happen. Right here in the United States, I think we would have a hell of a go at it if we didn't have other countries that are willing to pitch in and fight that battle also. But we've bled for them for so damn many years, man. that shouldn't even be a question in their mind, whether or not we would protect other countries, because, we've been kind of the standard bearer for freedom all over the freaking world. And, it looks like every country right now in Europe is kind of chipping away at freedoms. Hell, with the free speech and everything that, there is none anymore. Look at London, in England, and they're locking people up for voicing opinions, and France is doing the same damn thing. It's how can they expect people to stand up to a tyrannical government or have an opposition to any kind of ideas that outside of their own that won't get you locked up in jail. You have to have that you have to have that area there where you can give your opinions. That bit of freedom that allows your political sense or your economic sense or whatever to be voiced. And so many countries right now are taking it away. It's hell. Look at COVID and how it affected us all over the country. And look what was going on in Canada, arresting truck drivers and stuff for standing their own with COVID. Wearing masks and all the crap that they getting this shot and everything. It drained their bank accounts. Is that a world, or is that a world that people really wants to live in? All because of a little thing called Emergency Powers Act.
Yep.
And when the more I read about that World Health Organization, they wanted that capability. They wanted each country to sign on to them to basically put the head of the WHO as the president of the damn world during national emergencies when it comes to
pandemics.
Pandemics or anything like that you basically sign all your rights away. And I've said it before, I'll never give up my rights. Yesterday was my birthday, and as when I sat and looking, how much older I'm getting, and I'm not young anymore, man. But I'm still in good health. I will throw a punch with you. I mean, that's just a damn fact. Your rights are something that you need to protect and stand up for. When you got idiots like AOC and all them, they believe in this. They call themselves democratic socialists. A damn socialist is a socialist. You can put any kind of moniker you want in front of it or whatever, but you're still a damn socialist. And that means they want to take what you earn and give it to people that don't. But they're the ones that always wants to be the boss of it. You notice they're the ones that push this and just go with us and we'll make sure everybody's got a check. Yeah, they'll make sure you got a damn check until everybody runs out of money. Then what happens? You turn into Venezuela. But we shouldn't have any patience for people like that. We shouldn't even have a safe space for them to crawl into and talk about their rights is suddenly they found the Constitution and it's their right to voice their opinion and every damn thing else. Otherwise they can't stand the Constitution. It's this living, breathing document, according to them, that it needs to conform to whoever the president is so that they can change and make, changes that would affect them and how they lead the nation. They don't want anything written in stone, and that's something that we as Americans need to look at and say, hell, we already fought one war for that. Are we willing to do it again? I think so. I think it's going to come to the point where this small percentage of idiots like you got running around up there in Minnesota that's causing all the problems, stuff like that. One of these days here, and it ain't going to be too damn far off because people's getting fed up with it, then people are going to be afraid to stick their head out of the basements because afraid somebody will smack them with a ball bat or something. I mean, I said before, there's a reason they don't go down south. They don't go down to the Bible Belt and rear their ugly heads about things and walk into churches because, like I say, well, you got, they may have a Bible in one pocket, but the other damn pocket's got a 9mm in it, and they will shoot your ass. When you get down and you mess with the old Southern Baptists and people like that, and infringe on their right to worship. First of all, you got to get through all the beer drinkers that's out in the parking lot that don't exactly attend the services. They're just there for moral support for their wives and kids and everything else. And then you get inside and it's, somebody will walk over and lock the damn door and say, "Bless your hearts." The ass whooping's fixing to begin. They don't go down there and
Right.
mess with people like that.
Right.
They're scared to death that, somebody other than a blue state's going to step up and say, "Hey, welcome to our little country. This part of the world we own, and we're fixing to stomp your ass." So I don't know. Yeah, that's what they need. And it's going to happen soon. But anyway, that's about all I had tonight. Just cruising along here. Going to put up with a storm. I'm going to go down here and drop this trailer and try to pick another one up and get back up north and then back down to Missouri before that 18 inches of snow hits where I live at.
Good luck getting that all accomplished, right? Everybody rushing to get it done, right? Before, there's going to be a lot shutting down, no doubt about it. We'll return in 2.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Alrighty, on a Friday, casual Friday. And we got the CNI dog on board.
Happy Casual Friday. First thing I'd like to talk about is, sounds like a request for a song from REO, Riding the Storm Out. Just so Eagle knows, you could order DoorDash. My buddy works for DoorDash. You could order groceries from DoorDash as well as fast food. So you give them a list of what you want, and they'll do the shopping for you, and then you can put it in your refrigerator in your truck or your cooler, or it'll be cold enough outside that you could probably store food on the catwalk or in the trailer. And as for Groundhog Day, they should. If people are concerned about that, try the experience. Watch the movie Groundhog Day, Bill Murray, and then take a trip to Woodstock, Illinois, and go see the festival, the festival and the events and stuff like that, and then make a decision on what you'd like to do with the groundhog. I hope they don't change it. I mean, to me, they treat it very, very well.
Right.
They hide it out in a little cage thing, like a little house thing, and then they open it up and they bring him out for probably less than 5 to 10 minutes, and that's it.
And he goes back to sleep, back to bed.
Yes, and then, they move on. I really enjoy your show, and thanks for taking my call.
I think Pete has been trying to get, they surface every Groundhog Day, that's cruel to the animal. You're waking them up in the dead of winter. They don't like crowds. They don't like noise. Give it a break. All righty, we're rolling toward news break. Who we got coming up here? Scrapyard. The anonymous hippopotamus, Eagle, back on board. And other industry headlines. Amazing. This past day, federal officials said they will no longer issue criminal charges for Clean Air Act violations when it comes to tampering with your diesel emissions. Now, how significant is that? We'll give you the details all ahead in our next hour as we get ready for the weekend, get ready for Snowmageddon in the eastern USA. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A polar vortex is expected to bring brutally cold temperatures to about 2/3 of the nation.
Temperatures are dropping below zero in some areas, and strong gusty winds are creating life-threatening wind chills. Extreme cold warnings and watches are in effect across the northern plains and the upper Midwest through Sunday. The National Weather Service says to expect snow, sleet, and freezing rain from the southern Rockies and Mid-South before heading east. I'm Monica Nelson.
Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott says he supports President Trump's great health care plan, which would send money directly to consumers.
Trump's right, and I've got a bill actually to do what he's talking about. Number one, stop giving the money to insurance companies. Let's make sure we put it into a health savings account that they can buy it on their own.
Scott argues the approach would lower health care costs and shift decision-making away from insurance companies. He also says Obamacare subsidies should not be renewed, claiming they benefit higher-income Americans. Experts say it's a time of year which makes it the perfect environment for carbon monoxide poisoning. Thomas Waters is an emergency medicine physician at the Cleveland Clinic.
He says people have their houses sealed up, heaters and generators on during power outages. He says carbon monoxide poisoning is preventable by using carbon monoxide detectors and making sure all fuel-burning appliances are well maintained. Symptoms of poisoning include headache, nausea, and shortness of breath. Waters says if your carbon monoxide detector does go off, it's important you get out of the house right away. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A legal fight over religion in public schools is now headed to a federal appeals court.
Judges on the Fifth Circuit will hear arguments this week on the new Ten Commandments law in Texas. 2 lawsuits challenge the requirement, including a similar case from Louisiana. Supporters say the displays reflect legal history, while critics argue they violate church-state separation. I'm Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Washington's Secretary of State says enough signatures have been verified to advance a gender sports initiative. The proposal would bar male students from competing in girls' sports, replacing current rules based on gender identity. Lawmakers now have the option to pass the measure, or it will go before the voters in November. China and the United States have reached a deal that's going to permit TikTok to continue operating in the U.S.
Multiple reports say TikTok parent company ByteDance has divested from its U.S. operations, handing a majority stake to a venture run by non-Chinese investors. They include tech company Oracle, United Arab Emirates investment firm MGX, and private equity fund Silver Lake. This comes ahead of a shutdown deadline originally set by former President Joe Biden and extended by the Trump administration. I'm Jim Roop.
A bit of history washed up on the Jersey Shore, and a bit of erosion helped uncover it.
Staff at Island Beach State Park are watching over the wreckage and shooing visitors away, telling them to not even touch what's left of a 98-foot ship that came in from Puerto Rico in March of 1890. A statement posted Thursday to the park's Facebook page said the schooner was carrying a load of oranges when it wrecked and that all 8 crew members survived. Park staff think the normal beach erosion cycle during the winter is what uncovered what is left, and the New Jersey Maritime Museum helped piece together the history behind it. I'm Levon Putney.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 306 points, the S&P 500 jumped 37 points, and the Nasdaq gained 211 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, Do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right. Hey, good morning to Roki checking in this Friday. Roki says, hey, we're only 10 casual Fridays until the Huber Heights Buc-ee's opens up. Off I-70. Okay, April the 6th. People really excited. People will stand in line for hours to be the first in to these new Buc-ee's locations. All right, Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Still listening every night. Have a good weekend, everybody. Play safe in the snow out there. Federal officials say they will no longer issue criminal charges for Clean Air Act violations that involve diesel emissions tampering, according to the Department of Justice and the Environment and Natural Resources Division. On, I guess that was Wednesday of this week, they will no longer pursue criminal charges for removing or altering emission control devices in diesel trucks, a practice often referred to as a tune or a delete. Official word from the DOJ. Today, the Justice Department is exercising its enforcement discretion to no longer pursue criminal charges under the Clean Air Act based on allegations of tampering with onboard diagnostic devices in motor vehicles. Now, they say civil penalties could still be issued, but the Department of Justice is committed to sound enforcement principles, efficient use of government resources, and avoiding over-criminalizing of federal environment laws in partnership with the EPA. We will still pursue civil enforcement for those violations when appropriate. Yeah, the Trump administration signaled policy changes toward the prosecution of Clean Air Act violations when the mechanic Troy Lake Sr. was pardoned by the White House last November. He had pleaded guilty to conspiring to violate the Clean Air Act after he and his repair company were accused of disabling and computerized onboard diagnostic systems for some 344 commercial vehicles. He was sentenced to 12 months and 1 day in prison for the violation, released early due to the pardon, obviously. Wyoming Senator Cynthia Lumens actually introduced a bill entitled the Diesel Truck Liberation Act last October after she was inspired by Lake's story. Now, the bill sought to protect individuals from prosecution for removing or altering emission control devices in diesel trucks. That bill did not advance out of committee, the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources last year. I don't know if they'll reintroduce that or not, but at the federal level, at least at the moment, no criminal charges. Not sure what the civil penalties for that would be, but scrapyard, ready or not, Snowmageddon's a coming.
Yeah, Snowpocalypse 2026 and all that. Let the battle royal begin. That the local Walmarts around here have just absolutely been waylaid, and they can't find delivery drivers for people doing the online orders. It's gotten quite heavy and horrible. And that on the church situation, well, out there where by my folks' place where my cabin is at, there is we've got a cowboy church out there where people dress in period piece and period clothing, and they bring their shooting irons.
Mm-hmm.
So let them see someone try that mess out there. And I believe it's the Cowboy Church, but I think they call it True Grit Church, and those are popping up all across the country. And all across the country. And you're talking earlier about the potential for a thunder snow.
Yes.
Yeah, thunder snows, people may look pretty, but it's even more dangerous than just regular lightning due to a storm, because those snowflakes impart a charge to the air, and it drops the breakdown voltage where a spark can jump, and so basically that snow is actually creating its own lightning, and it's a lot stronger than regular lightning, and just going outside to look at it, being on your own porch, is enough to get you hit. I can't stress it enough that a thunder snow is far more dangerous than a regular thunderstorm when it comes to potential lightning strikes, and because those snowflakes basically act as a little capacitor, and so enough of a charge builds up in the air, it's got to go somewhere, and it's going to head for ground. And if you're out there standing on it, there's a thing called the corona effect, and top of your head makes an awful fine target.
I guess just like in the summertime, they say if you can hear the thunder, you're close enough to be struck. So it's the same when it comes to thunder snow, right?
Exactly. It's a thunder snow does not play around, and putting one's life in serious risk. Where is my fuel ticket? Uh-oh. Yeah, went ahead and dosed my fuel for when I get back to the yard. What pump am I on? 18, 19, pump 20. Okay. Well, I hung it up. Goodness. You run the risk of getting struck and all that. Increases one's risk of becoming a target. So y'all be careful and all that. And I'm going to get off here. I've got to go hit the sandbox. So I don't think you want me on the phone for that.
Okay, have a good morning and be safe out there over the weekend. Thunder snow. Yeah, that is in the forecast. I've experienced it on 2 occasions, but if you do a quick search, is thunder snow dangerous? Yes, it is. Yeah, risks of lightning strikes. Now, it does say, although less frequent than summer storms, thunder snow lightning can strike the ground, strike people, strike buildings. Yeah, typically, if you're in a snowstorm and you've got thunder and lightning, you're probably looking at snowfall rates coming down at like 2 to 4 inches an hour. Intense snowfall. Yeah, very reduced visibility. Treacherous driving conditions. And the models are all depicting that, is all I can tell you, according to the forecasters there. All right, to the anonymous hippopotamus. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, speaking of snow and thunder snow and all that, occasionally there through the winter times in previous seasons, you've mentioned the amount of snow coverage across the country. You know, how many states have snow, don't have snow. And I thought it'd be kind of interesting if there's a way to find a snow total now for, coverage of snow now. And then if you got, limited calls or something to do, need something to do Monday morning, try to dig up, see how much snow coverage there is Monday morning or maybe Tuesday or sometime next week. Maybe we can find out what the new snow coverage is across the nation and amount of states that have snow and don't have snow. And
it's going to be a dramatic change. Yes. So anyways, there, as I was traveling down 95, and I told you when I first started there that I got passed by one of Lauren Weiss's comrades. Well, it ended up that he must not have been one of his fastest comrades, but I also will say that I probably wasn't
doing everything I was supposed to be doing by the book, but I managed to get by them without a whole lot of difficulty. But anyways, I continued traveling at that pace, and in the process of doing that, I've actually got passed by a couple other freight trucks that were apparently they were getting somewhere before the storms. Only thing I can say is they were in an important rush to get somewhere before the storm happened. So anyways, it made me think, they might have been hauling the mail. And well, recently in the last couple months, you've talked about a couple mail carriers. One of them being 10 Roads was supposed to be going out of business, and then the other carrier that got removed from hauling mail from the Postal Service.
Right.
I was just wondering if there was any updates on them, especially the 10 Roads company, because I've still seen a few of their trucks out and about working here. So anyways, I was just wondering if there was any update on that. And anyways, I guess that's all we got going for you. There was one last thing, but I'd forgotten already. So I guess I got to get that grease pencil back out and be able to try to remember things better. But write it on the windshield or something with a grease pencil.
It's hell getting old, ain't it?
Yeah. But anyways, so all right, Your Honor. I guess with that, we'll let you get going and get on to doing your due diligence there.
All righty. Have a great weekend. Stay warm, right? Get ready for Snowmageddon.
Now that the calendar has changed to January, it's time to look forward to the 2026 season, and it all begins soon. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Are you counting down the days till trucks and tractors start slinging dirt? Me too. Good news, the season starts in about 3 weeks. But you do need to go south to catch the shows. That's right, Florida. The NTPA Grand National Championship Pulling opens the 2026 season in Inverness, Florida for the first time, having the season open in the Sunshine State. It all begins on Valentine's Day, Saturday, February 14th, and then back on the track again on Sunday the 15th at the Citrus County Fairgrounds, with Region 6 pullers taken to the dirt. With 5 classes taken to the track, there'll be no shortage of action or horsepower. With the 3.0 diesel trucks, modified tractors, 2-wheel drive trucks, minis, and hot farm tractors pulling both days, if you're into pulling and looking for a reason to go south, you have just found your reason. NTPA Executive Director Greg Randall spoke about the event saying, quote, "The NTPA is incredibly excited to kick off our 2026 circuit in the sunny confines of Florida. Inverness is the perfect place to launch a season filled with horsepower, innovation, and unforgettable moments. We can't wait to see the stands packed and the track roaring as we begin a new era of NTPA Championship Pulling." Good news, a month later, the Southern Swing officially gets underway in Zellwood, Florida, the weekend of March 13th and 14th, with 4 classes hitting the track. Super stock diesel 4x4 trucks, modified mini rods, 4.1 limited pro stock tractors, and for the first time ever in Florida, light modified tractors. With the defending Grand National champion Wayne Sullivan making the trip for the NTPA Southern Swing, it's sure to be full of dirt, action, and lots of horsepower. The next weekend, the same 4 classes make their way a bit north into Satsuma for 2 nights of pulling. If you can't make it to Florida, need not worry. Full Pull Live will be streaming both events, so you don't have to leave the comfort of your home. Speaking of watching pulling at home, you can watch every week with NTPA Championship Pulling on RFD TV. Every Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock Eastern, you can watch the best pullers in the country take the toughest tracks head-to-head. From traditional-looking farm tractors to multi-engine monsters, you'll see them during a look back at the 2025 season with NTPA Championship Pulling on RFD TV. If you're also chomping at the bit for NTPA Pulling, very simple. You can find schedules, participants, news, and more just a click away, and even get your NTPA gear at ntpapoll.com. It is a one-stop shop for everything NTPA, and you can purchase things to go to every pull, and you can find out the 2026 schedule the moment it gets released. It will be posted to ntpapoll.com. Again, that website, ntpapoll.com. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All righty, back at it here. Early on a Friday. We're talking about tampering with the diesel emissions. So give us the break. What would civil penalties?
Civil penalties are fines imposed by the government. They're not criminal penalties, they're civil penalties. And, you know, when you read that, I was thinking, well, there hadn't been a hell of a lot that they've done. I mean, they have incarcerated a few people over that, but for the primarily they focused on ruining the businesses, and that was through civil penalties, massive fines, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 per event. And so they haven't really changed a lot on that. And when you go back over everything, they kind of steered away from the criminal side of that, pretty good while back, just for that very reason, was because the people were having to spend all their damn money on lawyers, and the government wasn't able to take their money. Pretty much is the way through on the civil side of it, and it's still even though it sounds like it's maybe a lawsuit brought on by an individual, it's not. It is an imposed fine is the civil penalty there. When you look at judicial penalties, you look at civil penalties, and you look at criminal penalties. Judicial type of stuff is foreclosures, things like that, where they actually go in and shut the businesses down. Just literally just close the doors on them, and then they'll do that through the court system. And I just I had a delete on that Lone Star that I had, and that was one of the reasons why I got rid of it, because I couldn't find anybody to work on it. Now, even it was just they just didn't want to take a chance on that civil side, and the fines that would be imposed on them, and it took several months when the guy that I sold it to, I'm talking 6 months, 7 months, somewhere around in there, for him to be able to get that into a shop to get it worked on. And it was kind of a no-name shop, but I don't think we're going to see any changes in this, really, other than the criminal side. Yeah, but if they start imposing keeping and they just pretty much said they're going to keep the civil side going, the civil penalties going. That's where their bread and butter's at anyway. They don't like tying up things in court for 99 years and with continuances and things like that. They would rather just look at it and say, we're just going to go ahead and run this through the court system and slap a big ass fine on you on a civil penalty, and you can either pay it or we'll shut you down, and then we'll move on to the punitive phase of it. But that's what it is. I just thought I'd bring that up. So
okay,
yeah. So anyway, I don't necessarily like calling in twice. I like, hearing from other people, but I figured I'd better give you a buzz on that one and talk about it, a little bit about it, because that was the biggest problem with the deletes and tinkering with that stuff, was the civil side to begin with. So anyway, there you go.
That answers the question. I do appreciate that. Thank you much. All right, rolling toward news update just ahead here. Let's head toward the bottom of the hour. We've got a huge armada headed toward the Middle East. The military aircraft carrier strike group and other assets arriving in the Middle East region in the coming days, according to officials this past day, as the president voices hopes of avoiding new military action against Iran. But U.S. warships, including the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, several destroyers and fighter aircraft started moving from the Asia-Pacific last week as tensions, of course, between Iran and the U.S. soared after the severe crackdown on protests. Now, one of the officials said additional air defense systems were also being eyed for the Middle East. Of course, we often increase troop levels in the Middle East at moments of heightened regional tension. Something that experts note can be entirely defensive in nature. However, the U.S. military staged a major buildup last summer ahead of its June strikes against Iran's nuclear program. You'll recall the later boasted about how it kept their intentions to strike a secret. Now, the president has repeatedly threatened to intervene against Iran over the recent killing of protesters, but protests have dwindled over the past week, and his rhetoric regarding Iran has eased a bit, but he's turned his gaze on other issues, including, obviously right now, topping the list is the pursuit of Greenland. On Wednesday, he said he hoped there would not be further military action in Iran, but did say the United States will act if Tehran resumes their nuclear program. They cannot do the nuclear. Speaking in Switzerland the other day. All right, if they do it, it's going to happen again, as in striking those facilities. All right, we'll get back at it. Plenty of room for you this casual Friday. It's 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A huge winter storm is expected to impact about 2/3 of the nation across 33 states, affecting over 200 million Americans. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the state is prepared for an incoming blast of Arctic air, bringing freezing temperatures and snow.
The reality is about the top 2/3 of the state of Texas, maybe from San Antonio all the way up to the tip-top of the Panhandle, will be the worst hit.
Snow is expected in the Dallas area, with icy roads stretching into the hill country. Abbott says around 280 warming centers will be open, and a disaster declaration is in place. A bipartisan proposal in Congress would cap credit card interest rates at 10%. Florida Republican Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna is working with Democrat Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and says the plan would apply permanently and target large banks. The measure follows President Trump's call for lower credit card rates, though its path through Congress remains uncertain. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I have no idea how many electric power line workers there are in this country, but suffice it to say there are thousands of them on the move right now, staging for the big storm. Looking at some of the headlines. XL Energy staging crews and resources. Duke Energy staging thousands of crews for power outages. Dominion Energy and Newberry Electric Cooperative staging. All getting prepared for the weekend's potentially catastrophic ice scenario. Being staged in specific regions like the Carolinas to quickly address the anticipated damage from icing and heavy snow. In addition to internal crews, utilities like Xcel Energy are bringing in roughly 30 additional contractor crews, while Duke Energy and others are mobilizing thousands of workers, they tell us. Companies are setting up command centers and dedicated staging sites to manage logistics. Duke Energy is usually utilizing specialized pods so they can house those crew members safely. They've got to have a place to stay warm and sleep, too, get some rest. They'll probably be working 12-hour shifts for days. Crews wait for safe conditions to begin the damage assessment, using, nowadays, more and more using the likes of drones before they start repairs, especially, obviously, when the roads are hazardous. ComEd and other providers are pre-positioning equipment, poles, cables, and doing some prior vegetation management, hoping to minimize the impact of the storm. All those preparations, as we speak, are critical, as ice accumulations can cause, as we know, incredible amounts of damage. I see that Duke Energy says, I guess they're going to be staging hundreds of crews out of Florida, going to be leaving at like 5:30 a.m. this morning to be staged and ready in the Carolinas. So coming in from all directions, I'm sure, to what's expected to be some of the hardest hit areas. Meanwhile, all right, Eagle back on board. Are you with us, Eagle? Oh, Eagle, he's napping. So there you go. It's 844-844-3388. Right in line with our big winter storm, with all these warnings, extreme price hikes, they tell us, in the notoriously volatile natural gas market. Contracts for near-term U.S. natural gas futures have skyrocketed more than 70% so far this week. According to the FactSet data, that leaves natural gas on track for the largest weekly increase since 1990 and the highest price since 2022, according to Bloomberg. The explosive move, driven by all these forecasts of one of the most extreme winter storms in years, as much of the country will soon enter a deep freeze. People cranking up the heat in their homes could deplete some stockpiles of natural gas, they tell us. Managing director of the commodities at Bannockburn Capital said he's only seen a few moves in natural gas futures like this in his 30 years as a trader. He said the next week's going to be very challenging. The challenge is threefold. The cold not only drives demand up, lower temperatures can disrupt the flow of gas through pipelines and derail some of the production at key natural gas hubs across the country. Natural gas is America's leading home heating source. So extreme cold is going to dramatically increase that demand. The storm could also drive up demand for electricity, obviously. Some areas of the country, especially in the South, use all electric to heat their homes. Natural gas accounts for about 40% of electricity generation. More than the next two fuel sources, which would be coal and nuclear combined. Extremely cold temperatures are going to cause a monster decline in natural gas storage, according to one commodity specialist. Yager said that the amount of natural gas in storage could plunge by the second greatest amount on record based on the expected demand. At the same time, this storm threatens to drop temperatures so low that it could derail some production in the leading natural gas hubs in Texas, Louisiana, as well as Appalachia. If we see several days of production declines combined with the demand increases, that could really do a number on storage, he says. Ole Hansen is the head of commodity strategy at Saxo. Said energy traders are bracing for freeze-offs. which occur when water solidifies inside pipelines and infrastructure that sidelines the flow of gas and shrinking output. These sort of things tend to emerge precisely when demand peaks. That amplifies the price moves. If there's a prolonged period of high natural gas prices, it could also undermine the White House's efforts to show progress on the people's affordability frustrations. The White House said that the energy policies are delivering sustained energy relief, but rather than fixating on normal market fluctuations being driven by a looming winter storm, the media should focus on how American natural gas output is projected to hit a record high this year, according to the White House. Thanks to the president's leadership, natural gas production is at an all-time high and surpasses all other nations. The Trump administration continues to do everything possible to reverse the impacts of the Biden administration's energy subtraction policies, which contributed to higher energy prices across the board. They do say natural gas futures are typically very volatile, in part because of the storage and the transportation limitations. Winter weather can cause explosive spikes that quickly fade away when the temperatures start to warm up again. But he said it's a wild animal, and it's trading like a maniac right now. Natural gas. Yeah, if I thought last month's utility bill was high, because like many in the South, this is a neighborhood. I live in an area that was built 1978 at the height of the energy crisis at the time, the oil embargo taking place. And everybody was trying to get away from oil. Everything in my neighborhood is entirely electric. And, of course, those heat pumps, they'll do okay down to about the freezing mark. But now when you get down in the single digits, the condensing unit outside, it's running, defrosting, and not really doing any good, producing any heat. That's when you start relying on those coils inside the house to generate some actual heat. And man, oh man, they suck up the juice big time. Been there, done that. And I'm not liking the idea of this protracted cold. Yeah, the cold coming in this weekend, and the forecaster there that said the following weekend, the polar vortex brings teens all the way back down to the Gulf Coast. It's 844-844-3388. I believe we've got Mr. Farquharson on board with GMA and BS Enterprises.
Good morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Farquharson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. Yes, I am here to report on some news. Well, as you all know, the winter storm is coming in. Don't worry, we are prepared, GMA and BS Enterprises, but I am sorry to say we will be closed on Saturday, Sunday, and just in case Monday. So if you call in to order any of our products, there will be nobody at the phones. So sorry for the inconvenience, but you can get back with us on Tuesday and order your pond umbrellas, your Dr. Degrees, and so on and so forth. And yes, by the way, we still have several cans of cicadas left in the cookbooks. So someone come on. Come Tuesday, order your cicadas. And now for the news. Well, Steve, we got some very important information last night. Didn't Eagle say he was headed to Albuquerque?
Correct.
Yep. Yeah, and then Heatwave calls in. Well, I need to get the Heatwave here in a minute after that report from that right wingnut, my brother by a different mother and father, according to 46 of you. Yeah, we did guess. We are brothers, but we don't have the same mother or father. I ain't figured out how that works either. But anyway, he said that Heatwave sleeps with his face in a pillow and his butt in the air. I don't want to even think about that. But You know, Heatwave made a point to absolutely say there was a Walmart with truck parking within 2.5 miles of the house. So I guess we know where Eagle would be spending the snowstorm. I guess he'll go down there and pick him up in that tow he's so proud of. Well, now, with another report, now, Steve, I never thought that I would ever have to report on you like this. I heard the report you said last night, or night before, whatever it was, that you drove to Georgia and beat your wife. I'm telling you, I never thought you would do such a thing. Now, did I hear that right, or did I get that confused?
You and the right wingnut are in the same boat. You misinterpret things. I arrived first. I beat her there. I arrived.
Oh!
Yes. Yes.
Oh, well, you got to remember something. We never twist anything or lie about anything over here at GMA and BS Enterprises. Just remember, folks, we are almost as reliable as MSNBC. So, well, Steve, that's about all I got for tonight. I hope everybody has a safe weekend and stay warm because it's supposed to be a cold one.
Ain't no joking about that. Billy's on board. Let's see, where you at? Goldsboro, North Carolina, headed up to Garysburg. Picking up at a Lowe's Home Improvement Distribution Center. Then it's down to the store in Morehead City. If I had to wager a guess, I'm thinking you're probably going to be picking up generators, portable heaters, kerosene heaters, things to keep people warm. Those are the things that are flying off the shelves. Bill, there in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, gives us a temperature update. They're now down to -11 air temperature. Wind chill at 35 below zero this morning. Ken checks in from northern Illinois. Air temperature -4. It's supposed to drop down to -15 before the sun comes up. The house is cozy at the moment. It doesn't seem to be quite as windy as they had predicted, at least at the moment. All right. Let's see. Who else checks in? I said, you never know. They might have to bring out the road graders to move the ice and the snow like they did back during the blizzard of 1978. And I remember that. Those are in the South. Yes, I remember during that blizzard of 94. They actually had the road graders out there on I-75. They're in northwest Georgia trying to clear, up those hills, up and down. Everything comes to a standstill. People were stranded for several days there. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Of course, winter weather, various hazards to contend with. As we touched on earlier, obviously, carbon monoxide poisoning, hypothermia, frozen pipes that can burst and make your home unlivable. Public safety officials and the experts say there are ways you can prepare to avoid these hazards and keep yourself safe. Those hazards are all on the radar this week as millions in the U.S. are preparing for this monster of a storm. During a winter storm, stay indoors. Home heating systems running for hours can increase the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning, as the deadly fumes can be produced by furnaces, stoves, heaters. Carbon monoxide can also be created when people use the likes of portable generators or run a car in the garage to stay warm. If the power's out, some people will actually put their phone in the car and start the vehicle to charge the phone. Don't do that with the garage door shut. Or even open in some cases, they say. We know the symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning. Obviously, prolonged exposure to frigid temperatures put people at risk of hypothermia. Once the body loses heat faster than it can produce it. It's definitely one of the biggest concerns, especially if we do have any kind of power grid or electrical failures, which they're predicting. Now, the danger of hypothermia greatest for someone who's outside, exposed to the wind gust, not wearing appropriate clothing, or clothing that happens to get wet for whatever reason. If they have a safe place that's warm, hunker down. A place where you have water and food, those kind of necessities that would limit their exposure. You've got the vulnerable populations out there, though. People with disabilities, homeless individuals. Where do they go? There are warming centers being opened, I know, throughout much of the South for people that may actually lose power and need a place to stay warm. Frozen pipes during severe winter weather, a particular problem, obviously, in parts of the South. Much of their equipment is located outside of structures. Other parts of the country also have to deal with that particular problem. Master plumber with Abacus Plumbing, Air Conditioning, and Electric in Houston advises people insulate any pipes that are exposed to the outside. Turn off and drain any sprinkler systems. Let your faucets inside the home drip during the freezing temperatures so that water continue to move through the pipes. A lot of what we're fixing after a storm, he says 80-90% of this could have been prevented with just a little work ahead of time. Experts acknowledge cold weather can be difficult for electric vehicles, but with some planning and a little adjustment, owners should be able to travel pretty much as normal. Inside electric vehicle, inside the batteries, the lithium ions flow through a liquid electrolyte, producing electricity. They travel more slowly when it gets cold. They don't release as much energy. That cuts into the range and can deplete a battery much faster. In the short run, automakers are likely to come up with better ways to protect battery life and warm them for charging. But for the moment, right now, there are some new battery chemistries being developed that are more resilient to cold weather. But that's where things stand. Clear Lines, a Friday, it's 844-844-3388.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, taking a look at the markets. It's been earnings season, as they call it. Last week, a number of banks. This week, a number of big players. Starting this past day, United Airlines, their stock up over 4% after beating their fourth quarter estimates. Despite losses from the government shutdown, the demand for premium travel helped their bottom line. Still, their CEO is being cautious about the year ahead, with concerns about supply chains and global tensions. Johnson & Johnson called 2025 a catapult year with growth in major drug brands and devices. Now, this even after losing hundreds of millions of dollars, they say, due to tariffs and drug price caps from President Trump. Their stock still slipped because they very narrowly beat expectations. Now, their stock was down less than 0.1%, so not a big deal at all. Yeah, Johnson & Johnson, oftentimes they say, considers as kind of setting the stage for the rest of the health sector as earnings continue to come in. The overall market higher after the president announced the, quote, framework of a deal with Greenland. The president backing off of the proposed tariffs on European countries, and the market instantly jumped higher. Japan has backed off nuclear energy since the Fukushima disaster some 15 years ago. But a Japanese energy company just restarted a reactor at the biggest nuclear plant in the world. Yeah, the first time since Fukushima. This move as countries around the world explore nuclear as a solution to the growing energy demands, especially with the artificial intelligence and the data centers. It's not just here, it's a global thing. Bond yields moved sharply lower after the Greenland announcement. Why does that matter? Bond yields and stocks often move in opposite directions. So as stocks were moving higher, the bonds fell. Could be a sign that investors are more confident in the U.S. economic state after the president's announcement in regards to that. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A polar vortex is expected to bring brutally cold temperatures to about two-thirds of the nation this weekend.
Temperatures are dropping below zero in some areas, and strong gusty winds are creating life-threatening wind chills. Extreme cold warnings and watches are in effect across the northern plains and the upper Midwest. Wind chills could drop well below zero. The Arctic air is forecast to stretch from Texas to the East Coast starting Friday and lasting through the weekend. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The World Economic Forum in Davos focused heavily on the future of artificial intelligence. Shelley Zalis, the founder and CEO of the Female Quotient, says AI may advance rapidly, but it will never replace human empathy.
A machine doesn't have heart. So that machine is head, the human is heart. We still need that heart to make the choices.
Speaking on the Mostly Human podcast, Zalis said AI can handle routine tasks, which allows people to focus more on innovation and collaboration. AARP is calling for staffers at the Department of Government Efficiency to be held accountable for sharing Social Security data.
According to court documents, DOJ staffers stored personal information from 1,000 individuals on Cloudflare, an internet services company. The chief advocacy and engagement officer for AARP issued a statement to The Hill, noting that, quote, anyone involved must be held accountable, while requesting the Social Security Administration take immediate steps to ensure nothing like this can happen again. Democratic lawmakers, including Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, have also criticized the leak and called for DOJ staffers to be held accountable. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Deaths from colorectal cancer are rising among Americans under 50, increasing around 1% every year since 1990. The American Cancer Society says it's now the leading cause of cancer deaths in younger adults. That trend contrasts with an overall 44% drop in cancer deaths for the under 50 age group, a rise researchers say remains poorly understood. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
A 5-year-old child and his father were arrested by federal immigration agents in Minnesota, and they are now being held at a detention center in South Texas. Congressional efforts to check on their status have stalled.
ICE and the other federal agencies under Donald Trump have gotten super secretive.
Texas Congressman Joaquin Castro says he plans to visit that facility next week, noting lawmakers must give ICE 1 week's notice before touring any site. Federal authorities are cracking down on interference during immigration enforcement operations.
A Jacksonville woman is facing federal charges after investigators say she punched a Florida Highway Patrol trooper during a joint ICE operation. Authorities say Jennifer Cruz exited her vehicle and struck the trooper in the face. She was arrested Thursday and later released on bond. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
The Washington legislature is considering a payroll tax to help offset cuts by the federal government.
The tax would apply to businesses with more than $5 million in gross receipts and salaries over $125,000 a year. Supporters say it would raise over $5 billion a year. Opponents say it'll drive businesses out of the state. Microsoft previously opposed the idea. Seattle businesses would be exempt because the city already charges a similar tax. I'm Brad Ford.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.85. Highest prices are found in Kauai, Hawaii at $4.92 a gallon. The lowest prices are in Harmon County, Oklahoma at $2.23. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And just like that, here comes that final hour. Here on a Friday. All right, everybody waiting for the storm to roll in. Well, it's supposed to get underway later today. I think the first storm warnings kick in about 11 o'clock this morning in Albuquerque. And then from zone to zone, this cross-country storm. We'll see if it all comes to full fruition like the models have been depicting. Update on the Greenland deal this past day. Greenland's prime minister holding a press conference on Thursday saying he wasn't sure what President Trump meant when he said that a deal had been agreed to. Say what? He said nobody else than Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark have the mandate to make deals or agreements about Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark without us. That's not going to happen, he says. In terms of the deal that's been talked about, I don't know what's concrete in that deal, but I think we now have a high-level working group working on a solution for both parties. So I guess he does confirm the discussions are ongoing, right? We've said from the beginning, we do have some red lines. We cannot cross the red lines. We have to respect our territorial integrity, international law. And of course, the president said the details are still being worked out. He said that this past day after he stepped back from the threat of tariffs and ruled out the use of force to seize this semi-autonomous territory. Now, he also acknowledged the impact of his quest for Greenland on global markets and said he did not plan to pay to acquire it. It's really being negotiated now, the details, but essentially it's total access. There's no end. There's no time limit, he says. I noticed the stock market went up very substantially after we announced that. Now, he also threatened big retaliation if Europeans sell U.S. stocks and bonds and said they would not have to pay anything for total access to Greenland to build the Golden Dome, as he calls it. We're going to get everything we want at no cost. Yeah, see how that works out, but there's your update on the Greenland discussions. All righty, final hour underway. Eagle dozed off on us briefly there. Welcome back, Eagle.
Okay. I wanted to say a couple other things about this cold weather that's coming in for truck drivers. I heard nobody say about some of the things, especially if you up in the north, in the Minnesotas and the Chicagos and the Wisconsin, where it's 40 or 30, 40, 50 degrees below zero. The best thing to do, Steve, is you probably said, is leave your truck.
All right, hold on a second there, Eagle. I believe we lost connection. See if we can get him back here. Take one, take two. Let's connect. Yeah, he'll be back momentarily. Meanwhile, we'll get some other updates coming up just ahead here. As far as Venezuela is concerned, the House this past day defeating a resolution that would have barred the president from taking any further military action without authorization from Congress first. Give you all the details coming up. All right, I'm sorry there, Eagle, we lost you briefly there. You were talking about some helpful hints for the drivers in the really cold weather here. Got you back now.
Okay, yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, I was saying, I want to get your opinion. Maybe you got something hot shot that telling drivers in this type of weather, if you up in Minnesota or Chicago or Wisconsin, where it's supposed to be, 20, 30, 40 degrees below zero, it's probably better to leave your motor on all night long, because if you shut that truck off, it might not start up in the morning.
Right.
The batteries might not have enough power to get that truck started. What'd you say?
I think you're 100% correct. I don't know. Are they going to actually try to fine a driver for letting their truck idle when it's 30 below outside? That would be ludicrous.
Yeah, I hope not. Yeah, I hope. Yeah, if you drive for a company like that, you need to find somebody else to work for. If they tell you not to idle your truck when it's 20, 30 degrees below zero, you need to look for other employment, because they don't give a damn about you freezing. They're more worried about the profit than they are your life. But yeah, that's what I would do in that type of weather, Steve. And also, like you said, is get some of that fuel gel solution, the stuff that keeps your fuel from gelling up, because anytime you get into those type of temperatures, your fuel could gel up. So you get some of the products from Hot Shot or whoever you decide to buy it from. But my company already told us that we need to pour some kind of solution into our gas, to keep it from gelling up, whatever you decide to use. And also, another thing, I had to learn that lesson the hard way. I know another guy said this the other day, the guy down in Florida, but you need to keep your air tanks drained. Every night you need to do that, because if it gets water inside of those tanks for your brakes, they'll freeze up and you'll come to a dead stop in the middle of the road. That happened to me like about 15, 20 years ago up in Chicago. I didn't drain the air out of my tanks, and I was rolling down the interstate and the truck came to a stop. And they had to get a tow truck, and they have to take you to a repair place, and they gotta heat those tanks up, or they gotta get the air out of there. I mean, the ice out of there before you can start rolling again, and that's an expensive process. So you can solve that problem by draining the air out of your tanks every night, so it doesn't freeze, because you will come to a stop if you don't have no air, as you know. So, cause you deal, like you say, you're dealing with some dangerous temperatures, and like you said before, Steve, in this type of temperature, you're driving, just in case you break down or have an accident, you need to have some extra clothes, hat, gloves, extra socks, shoes, or whatever, just in case you got to do some walking to get to the next, safe area. But you need to make sure you got some warm clothes in your vehicle, or just in case, you're waiting on emergency help to get out to you, or some, flashlight, some extra food. Also need to have some food with you too, because you don't know how long you're going to be waiting for help, because, like you said, these are some dangerous temperatures. I've been in this type of weather before, and it's not fun when you get 20, 30, 40 degrees below zero. What do they say it is, Steve? You can get frostbite or hypothermia in less than 5 or 10 minutes.
Yes.
In those type of temperatures if you're walking. So you need to have some gloves or something on your hands in this. You can't take no chance in this type of weather, because it doesn't take long for your body to freeze up as you're walking. So I appreciate you taking my call, Steve. And I'll definitely give you a call back on Sunday night. hopefully I make it to Albuquerque, this weather. I'm going to see how the weather look in the morning when I roll out of Amarillo. But, I'll definitely give you an update on Sunday night when you come on, and I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Safe travels out there, and good luck over the weekend. Yeah, I don't know how many hours, what's the time frame, Amarillo to Albuquerque. He might be able to get there before it gets too ugly. But he may end up sitting there for a while after it gets real ugly. I got your email there, Seth. We have not heard from Brother Rambler this week. He said, he sends me a photograph. I guess it was a pretty nasty accident involving an O'Reilly Auto Parts tractor trailer, which he delivers those O'Reilly parts. It was along I-65 about the 118-mile marker, according to the Post. So I did flip over to his Facebook page, and looks like about 18 hours ago he did post. I guess he had some time for my 6-month wellness check. So far, so good. Blood pressure was 130/84. Hopefully the A1C and the PSA come back good. So I guess he had a routine 6-month checkup this past day. But hopefully he's all right. Meanwhile, let's see what's going on with the pup. What's happening, pup?
How's it going? Not much. Just holding on this old steering wheel. Y'all ready for the big storm?
Not really, but I do have to go out and get a few things today. Got to go to Kroger. I'm just dreading that.
Yeah.
Hopefully at 7:30 in the morning they won't be too busy. But who knows?
Yeah, I got to go shopping this morning, too, when I get off of work. I got a list. On that list, there's yeast and barley and a little bit of corn and some water.
I got you.
Usually there's not a big rush on that business. That last little cold spell, I lost 2 chickens out of it. I don't know why they didn't get in their coop to stay warm and stuff. We're all set. I run down to Lexington and got my nicotine fix for the week down there. So other than that, we're ready. Got the John Deere gassed up, snow plows on, chains are on.
Already, what's your local forecast? What are they saying now? What's the latest?
It changes, but now they've got us into that 6 to 10 inch zone.
Mm-hmm.
But the weather guy up there, he said it could even go higher because they're thinking that storm's going to track farther north than what they thought.
And that's been the trend every model run. It's been trending a little further north. Yeah, bringing heavy snow further north with it.
Yeah, did you happen to see on the Weather Channel? They had a satellite shot of that out in the Pacific Ocean. Did you see how actually big that thing is?
I did not. I do know. I did see how the hurricane hunters went out there. And they dropped the sound things, the drop zones or whatever. I guess it was Monday morning or something.
I'm not so sure if it wasn't just yesterday or the day before. And on that satellite view, they actually had they circled. I think they said they dropped 26 altogether, but they circled where they dropped them in at. I think they called them pods.
Right.
I thought they called them pods. But I guess that can measure the wind, the barometric pressure, and all kinds of stuff. And that was supposed to help them track that better. And the last I've seen is they're using I-40 as the corridor between ice and snow for the most part.
Okay.
So, but I seen on these kiosks going to Cincinnati, and now I'm in Dayton. But they've got this thing lasting until 12 o'clock Monday afternoon. Have you seen anything on that?
Yeah. The storm warnings. I mean, the snow is supposed to be. We get a batch come through Saturday afternoon, a little bit of a lull, then heavy snow Sunday on into Sunday night and winding down sometime Monday morning. So the storm warning is until at least noon there on Monday.
Yeah. Well, if it's that light, fluffy stuff, and we get that wind they're calling for,
drifts.
Holy smokes, that's going to make drifts like crazy. So I'm glad everybody, out of our barn, they should be home in time. But hey, another couple tips for guys. If they happen to stop at Walmart, go back to the camping section and get you a couple cans of Sterno. That way, if something happens, that Sterno will put off. I've already used it in a day cab. One can will keep that day cab at about 50 degrees at 15. If it's 15 outside, it'll keep the cab at about 50. So,
interesting.
And then don't set your brakes on your trailer if you stay hooked to it all the time. But if you're in snow and you're parking it to the dock, before you park it, drag the trailer brakes, and then they won't be as light to freeze up because that heat will dry them out. So that's just a couple little tips. But hey, Steve, I heard something the other day. Do you know what you call a prostitute with a runny nose?
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah, they call her full.
Okay.
All right. Well, weather the storm good. We're sitting back here listening, and hopefully Pappy don't get too many calls this weekend. We'll see you later.
I'm hoping everybody just stays off the roads, right? Yeah, but of course, those essential workers are expected to report. The doctors, the nurses, healthcare providers. I mean, there's a lot of people that have to be out there, one way or the other. Brain Dead sent my way in the state of Arkansas. Remember that it was the Christmas Eve, the $1 billion drawing, the Powerball. Somebody, woke up with one heck of a Merry Christmas surprise this past Christmas. The winner has finally come forward. The winning pick ticket sold at a Murphy USA location. The lucky winner is remaining anonymous. In some states you are allowed, others you're not. But in Arkansas, apparently you can. They chose to receive the prize in the one-time cash payment before tax withholdings. The lump sum, $834.9 million. According to everyone, was anxiously awaiting the winner to step forward. We're happy they took the time to seek legal counsel and financial advice first, as we recommended. We are thrilled the winner is from Arkansas. Proud to celebrate this moment, not only for our Arkansas winner and for Murphy USA, the Arkansas-based company that sold the winning ticket, but also for the positive impact this historic jackpot will have on our state and our mission to raise funds for in-state scholarships. What's the state's kick out of that? I kind of wonder. It's about 23 past the hour.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Alrighty, hello to Steve in Columbus. Checking in this early Friday. Hello, Steve, all the listeners out there. It's the best day of the week. And even though the weather doesn't look so good, a couple of days maybe stuck in the house resting. Sounds pretty good to me. But the coffee's hot, car's ready to go. Time to head into town, see what the day brings us. Yeah, I guess to some extent, good that this, if there's anything positive, it's occurring on a weekend, where a majority of people, aren't going to be pressed to get out and go to work. Come Monday, that may be a different story, right? All right, before we get back to the calls, who we got? The inbred redneck, Vic, will be checking in coming up here. Now, let's get through the news break first. Give me a moment to share where, in the House of Representatives this past day, narrowly defeated a resolution that would have barred the president from any further military action in Venezuela without authorization from Congress. This just days after a similar measure failed in the Senate. And in both cases, it was razor thin. The House vote, 215 to 215, a tie. That defeats the resolution that directed the president to remove U.S. armed forces from Venezuela unless explicitly authorized by a declaration of war or specific statutory authorization for the use of military force. Now, it was pretty much along party lines in the narrowly divided chamber, where the president's Republicans have a 218 to 213 majority. Every representative, every Republican except Don Bacon of Nebraska and Thomas Massey of Kentucky voted against the resolution. Every Democrat obviously voted in favor. House leaders held the vote out or open until Representative Wesley Hunt of Texas could return to the Capitol building to cast the decisive no vote. There was one representative of California, Tom McClintock, that did not vote this past day. It's 844-844-3388. Doesn't get any closer than that, does it? A tie. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A huge winter storm is expected to impact about two-thirds of the nation across 33 states, affecting over 200 million Americans. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the state is prepared for an incoming blast of Arctic air, bringing freezing temperatures and snow.
The reality is about the top two-thirds of the state of Texas, maybe from San Antonio all the way up to the tip-top of the Panhandle, will be the worst hit.
Snow is expected in the Dallas area, with icy roads stretching into the hill country. Abbott says around 280 warming centers will be open, and a disaster declaration is in place. A bipartisan proposal in Congress would cap credit card interest rates at 10%. Florida Republican Congresswoman Ana Paulina Luna is working with Democrat Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and says the plan would apply permanently and target large banks. The measure follows President Trump's call for lower credit card rates, though its path through Congress remains uncertain. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, here's a good one for you. Turns out it really is easy to make money in America by lying. Destiny and Sean Jackson, the Minneapolis parents who claimed their truck was lifted off the ground by a tear gas canister as they were peacefully driving home with their 6 kids from a basketball game at Anderson Middle School. CBS News wasted no time getting out the sad story. So sad. Subsequently, a GoFundMe page was set up. Destiny says the tear gas flooded the cabin of their truck and that her infant stopped breathing. Directly from the GoFundMe page. Hello, my name is Destiny. Myself, my husband Sean, and their 6 kids were the latest ICE victims. Innocent bystanders driving through what should have been a peaceful protest. When things took a turn, ICE began to throw tear gas bombs everywhere. We were trying so hard to get out of the way, but didn't want to hurt anybody with our car in the process. One of the bombs rolled under our truck, and within seconds our truck lifted off the ground and the airbags deployed. The car doors locked themselves. The car began to fill with the powerful tear gas. We fought hard to get the doors opened and get all the kids out. Bystanders had to help. Once all the kids were out, we realized our infant wasn't breathing. With what little breath I had in my body, I began giving my baby mouth to mouth, performing CPR. He eventually regained consciousness. EMS arrived shortly after to assist. This experience was very traumatizing. Never in a million years would I have thought something like this would happen to me and my family. As of Wednesday, that fundraiser had reached over $170,000. There's only one problem. One teensy tiny problem. Destiny and Sean were filmed participating in the mob that was harassing federal officers. The two apparently left their kids in the car while they got mostly peaceful. If the children were exposed to tear gas, it's because their parents endangered them by leaving them in the car, harassing federal officers and trying to flee the scene of the crime. Sean specifically told local news outlets that he was not participating in the protest. Despite, well, it's on film. The photographic evidence is right there. Notice how easy it is for so many people to lie. CBS News, ABC News, others reported on that story. CBS News actually paid a crew to film Sean and Destiny in their home. How much did it cost them to pay for a 2.5-minute segment on national television? Transportation, equipment, staffing. But they couldn't pay one person out of their gazillion-dollar budget to fact-check Sean and Destiny's claim. Some random guy on social media apparently did the job for them. They're caught on camera. They weren't peacefully driving. You can make money lying, right? What do you say, inbred redneck?
Well, buddy, I tell you, what a weave. What a web we weave when we're trying to deceive, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, buddy, I tell you what now. These weather people, I don't know. I think we need to start drug testing weather people, Steve. I think they're going to get this totally wrong, buddy. It ain't going to be half as bad as what they're talking about. I think it's going to get cold, but I don't think it's going to be tsunami blizzard or whatever they're calling this, So that's just my opinion, buddy.
Okay.
But I hope people prepare either way, You can go to Walmart and they got these little propane heaters and they're like $90. I got a couple of them at the house. I got them years ago. because the power goes out quite a bit, up on the mountain, So I got to be prepared, you know.
Yes, absolutely.
So, but yeah, you get that, and then like a little $10 hose. Yeah, you can put your barbecue tank, propane tank on there. That propane tank will last you probably about a week. Little barbecue tank on one of them heaters. I mean, it ain't gonna throw out a big bunch of heat, but it's enough to warm a room, you know. So, yeah, if you got to hold up one room, I mean, but that's just my suggestion to people. I mean, if they ain't got a lot of money, that'd be a good way to make sure you got a little bit of heat, and you can do it for probably under $200. So. But anyway, last night you was talking about picking up the big station down there in Chattanooga, buddy.
Right.
And it flooded memories into my mind. At different periods of my life, I could call myself a professional musician,
Yes.
And I figured that I would tell your audience and everybody, I mean, the people in Chattanooga would love to hear this. The weirdest gig I ever played, Steve. And it paid very well.
Yeah.
They had this convention down there. I don't know if you ever been to the Reed House there in Chattanooga. It's like the upper crust hotel there, motel deal there in Chattanooga. They had this convention at the Reed House there.
Yeah.
Booked us to play there, buddy. And 2 nights, all expenses paid, room and board, and then some cash on top of it, which worked out well,
Yeah.
But anyway, the bad part of it was a comic book convention, Steve. Why couldn't it have been a daggone support your local single mothers convention, stripper convention? You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Not a comic book convention.
Oh, yes, buddy. One of the worst gigs I've ever been to in my life. You go play somewhere, if you're doing it right, there's going to be people dancing, hooting, and hollering, and everything else. Oh, no. These people stood there like a bunch of lemmings. You might see one person nod their head occasionally.
Yeah.
And that was it. And God, playing gigs and stuff like that, you always got a girl or two or somebody that, that's just tore up about you. Steve, you don't want to get people at a comic book convention tore up about you. Because, trust me, they may be 2 hot chicks out of the whole damn bunch. The rest are how do I put it? Hogzilla's sisters or something. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
I got you.
But, it did lead me to Hogzilla, Getting a taste of them fat girls one night will ruin a man. And if any of you fellers out there ain't never kissed no fat girls, you better not do it. It's a bad addiction, buddy. I've been trying to get over it my whole life now, almost, buddy. I've been addicted for 30 years, Steve. Does anybody out there know how to break the addiction of fat women, buddy? I just got to get rid of it. I got to get rid of it. It makes the grocery bills go up. I mean, It's a bad experience, buddy. But, buddy, are you going to go get you a propane heater? You need one, buddy.
One of those, what do they call it? Yeah, the bud. That's a buddy heater, right? Use the little propane tanks.
Yeah. You get one of them cords. It's a hose, but you can hook it up to the big tanks then.
The adapter, yeah.
I've got a solution for you, Steve. When that heat pump kicks off, you keep that buddy heater right next to that daggone thermostat and just turn it on just as soon as that thing kicks off, buddy, and your electricity bill will go way down. Trust me. Trust me on that, buddy. I mean, I'm no HVAC guy, but I know thermodynamics, you know.
I hear you.
Yeah, just kick it on just as soon as that thing kicks on, and boom. Yeah, buddy, that thing only run a minute or two if you do that. I can get your electric bill down to nothing, buddy.
I've had several people tell me that those little propane things do a really good job. I guess they got a little buddy and the big buddy, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, they got a full line of them, but I mean, you can even get one up at the cabin there, which I'm not going to venture up there this weekend. I got one of them fireplace deals. It's got the blower and everything else in there, but and it heats up the cabin pretty well. But you go through a lot of propane with them. So, yeah, buddy, we're going to get ready down here, and I've invited every fat girl I know to come. I figure if worse comes to worse, buddy, I mean, I may be out some food, but, run out of electricity, run out of propane. You take a couple of them fat girls, strip them down naked, and you go nude too. You know, it's the only way to prevent frostbite. And then wrap yourselves up in blankets, big old blankets. You need big ones for big girls.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And body heat. Yeah, the blankets hold in the body heat better, I hear.
Yeah. Time this weekend's over, buddy. I may need a new bed.
Redneck, you're ate up. Well, find a way to stay warm. And just be aware when you're all bundled up with your big friend there, look out if she says something like steamroller.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We'll head on up somewhere toward near Indianapolis, where just like our forecast has been changing from day to day. We weren't really looking at any snow a few days ago, and it keeps bumping up. What are they telling you? Another 8 or 10 inches or 14 inches? What are you looking at, Vic?
Well, like you say, they keep bumping it up, but it seemed like on Sunday they were looking for some pretty serious snow, 6 to 8 inches, I believe. And then, but the really big thing is the cold that's coming in after that.
Right.
I don't know how much wind we're going to have with it. And that kind of ties in with what Eagle was talking about that your brakes freezing up and all that. Does Hot Shot Secret make an air dryer compound? Because like the air system on the truck, they used to have an air dryer that sit out there right next to the radiator. And I haven't really messed with any trucks for so long, and I'm sure they modernized them. And Freightliner at one time come up with this deal to where they were going to put a heater in that, but it didn't work all that well in the wintertime. And there was a competing product that I would use, and if worse came to worse, it's kind of like the rubbing alcohol, but it's I think an anhydrous alcohol or something. But there was a place that they used to let you add that stuff into the air system in the wintertime, because I heard Eagle talking about dragging the brakes or something of that nature, and I had to pick up a FedEx trailer one time, and I worked with that thing and worked with it. Got everything loose, but there was this guy there from the company. I mean, he liked to aggravate me to death, so finally I got aggravated and started to leave. He was down there in St. Louis, and I didn't much more than leave the yard there, and I had a brake set of wheels freeze up on me, and everybody was hollering at me. But it's like, what am I going to do? I'm right here in St. Louis traffic and everything else. I thought, well, I'll just get off and get on this shoulder going up to the main highway. Well, I did that, but unfortunately they had just put new pavement down, before it got cold and everything. So it was just like grinding on sandpaper. I bet I didn't go 15 feet, and I ruined a whole set of duels, but I had to get off the road and stuff. So when he was talking about dragging, if you're on a gravel yard, you could probably do that okay, but you want to look at the surface. But if you pump the brakes down to where the air governor kicks in and the dryer kicks in, that's a better way to do it. But I was just curious if Hot Shot Secret or Stable, either one, if they made any type of product that you could add in the wintertime to, like if you're picking up old trailers or anything else, because it's more than just your air tanks that's sitting on the side of the on the side of the semi, because there's a reserve tank on that trailer back by the axles. That thing will freeze. Sometimes what happens is about halfway froze up, but then when you hook up to it, kind of thaws enough water out, and he was talking about he took off and then it froze up on him in the middle of the highway, and that's probably what would cause that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all I mentioned on that, because except they don't train people in these the days of putting people on a skid pack and kid pad, and training people all about the mechanics of the truck and everything else. Those are long gone, as best I can figure. So, but I just wanted to mention that real quick. And you're talking about keeping warm. I drove for a company that had one of those. You used to advertise them at one time, has those heaters that are inside the truck does. So we had an APU, and we were pretty well fixed up. But I don't know about the other people. And but as my reserve was, I used to carry a lot of candles and a can back in the day, and my survival beanie weenies and all that stuff. I was kind of glad when winter came to an end, because it was a lot simpler to drive in the summertime. But anyway, you were talking about all this different stuff that was going on with ice. I guess you got that article that I sent you about the Army breakdown of what happened in Somalia, and it's 28 pages long, but the introduction and the summary pretty well states it all. The Somalis didn't like us in the beginning, and they actually participated in a lot of the resistance. So I don't know who the genius was that thought they could bring them to the United States,
and then
when they didn't like us.
And then they'd be good people, right?
Right. So that was just what I was going to mention, all this stuff going on with ice and everything else. I'm just waiting for somebody to look at that Patriot Act, because I think a lot of that could be classed as terrorism or something of that nature. But I was glad to find out that I guess they're doing a lot of financial investigation, and they're getting closer to figure out who's funding all this resistance. So
right,
there's a lot of stuff going on under the cover, and that people can't see. And real quick, I didn't see it on the news, but I'm sure it's there. But my wife said that the FBI is investigating Irsay's death for some reason, and the doctor. But I'll just throw that out there for now. That's all I had there, Steve.
All righty, Vic. Find a way to stay warm, right? It's going to get cold. And, yeah, I think Indianapolis is in that zone. 8, 10, some models saying 12. When it's all said and done, we'll know exactly how much we were going to get. Because we got it. What do you say? Scrapyard, real quick.
Yeah, almost to the yard. You're correct. The heaters made by Mr. Heater. It's a little buddy and the big buddy. The big buddy, it's got a fan. You need 4 D-cell batteries or a 6-volt plug with some alligator clips and one of them big square 6-volt batteries.
Yeah.
For like running the old-style flashlights. You can use one of them and plug into the back of it with a power plug. What you want to go to your sporting goods store, get you, those 20-pound bottles. I got 2 of them. I got a distribution one that screws into the bottle and is vertical. A propane lantern to screw into the top, and a 1 pound to 1 pound accessory hose that will screw into the side port on the wand.
And it'll keep you warm, right? All right. I'll have to look into that. Hey, we got to roll. Be safe. Stay warm, and we'll see you back Sunday night.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but